Hi, everyone, and welcome to Meaningful Day 2. It is such an honor to have you here. And hi, everyone. If you are seeing me twice, welcome to our first technical difficulty of the day. That is totally my fault. What? Okay, I'm so sorry. This is uh, this is me having multiple windows open and realizing that there's a hop-in window. I'm Hi, everyone. Hello. Maybe this is the third time you're seeing me. So I'm going to ask all of us to just, if you know that reference, if you're a child of the 90s like myself, it's from Wayne's World. I had multiple computer screens open and there was a pesky little hop in one. So I was hearing myself on a 30-second delay. But anyway, hello. Welcome to day 2 of Meaningful Conversations, where we will be talking about the things that matter. So, yesterday, if you caught the opening of day 1, I showed this slide. And this comes from the collective heart of the people that are planning this. You matter. Your story matters. Our stories matter. And then yesterday afternoon, I have to be honest, I took a nap and I woke up to many, many phone notifications because a verdict was announced in the US. And wherever you are in the world, you may have heard that Derek Chauvin was announced that he was guilty on all counts. And I saw this New York Times article and I thought it was just so relatable to what we were talking about. The headline, "We Matter, a Moment of Catharsis." And I can only speak for myself, but I hope that you know that when we say you matter and our stories matter, what I'm also saying is that Black Lives Matter. And yesterday was not about justice, and I'm not here to go on a rant, but I am here to talk about accountability. Yesterday was a really important moment because it put a stop in some ways, or it set a precedent talking about that we cannot just enact these inhumane, senseless acts of violence continuously without repercussions. And I came back to this quote yesterday from Omar Parpu, who was our speaker on the 3 paths to meaningful voting. And he said, if we really want to build meaning in this country, then we need to make sure everyone's voice actually matters. We need to fight structural racism in our society. And again, one verdict does not put an end to racism. This is a massive problem and one that we are all needing to do our part to work on. But I just wanted to bring that up because I think it was a moment in history and one that I want to recognize. And as I said yesterday, I will say it again. Thank you for being here. Time is a valuable resource, and thank you for making the time to show up. And I ask this again, and maybe your answer today is different. How are you really? My heart's racing a little bit more because we had 3 technical difficulties within the first 3 minutes of this event. I'm also super excited, and I hope that you are too. But I ask that you reflect on this question and you continue ruminating on it tonight after the event ends and you're thinking about things. So a few reminders as we go into day 2. Again, core value of Typeform, one of our 5 that we live by. We ask that as you are watching these conversations, as you are participating in these workshops, that you start from empathy. We also ask that you actively make the time to listen. We know that this is kind of a one-way dialogue today. You're watching a lot of these conversations. So yes, technically you're all doing the listening, but there's a difference between just passively listening and actively listening. And we structured these conversations today to really encourage people to actively listen. You don't have to stay for the whole thing. This whole thing is being recorded, but even if for just 5 minutes, this is the only screen that you have open and you're thinking through what's being said, we really think it'll be a different experience than if it's just something happening in the background. Ask questions. We have a chat open throughout the day. Tell us your feelings, tell us your thoughts, tell us what's going on, what's coming up for you, what you don't like. We also have a Typeform embedded where you can share feedback at any time, and we want to hear it. Get to know each other. So as I mentioned yesterday, we have a conversations sidebar that's happening all day. We didn't have that many yesterday. Please take advantage of it. This allows you to spontaneously be connected with anyone who's in the audience. So have a conversation, make it meaningful, whatever that means to you. I said accountability in the beginning, and I'm asking the same of you. This is an experiment, right? Meaningful is a very delicate word and one that means a lot of different things to different people. But if something is standing out, that's working, that's not, please give us that feedback. We need to hear it. Again, these conversations forge connections, and I hope that what you take away from these 2 days is the inspiration to have more meaningful conversations and maybe to take more or make more time to listen. So we want to keep having these conversations with you. as we talk about meaningful conversations internally, it's not just this event. This is the middle of a story that doesn't really have an ending, right? Beginning was all of the planning, the middle are these 2 days. And then what happens after this is how we continue these conversations with you and how we continue to have this dialogue. So I'm briefly going to do a little day one recap, some meaningful quotes that came up. So Travis Hollingsworth, our opening keynote, asked us, can you see the world through someone else's eyes? And then does that enable you to have more meaningful conversations? Sophie Wallstrom, the founder of Bright Act, talked about domestic violence and saying that there's still something absolutely wrong in society and we have to do something about it. Nikki Mikkelsen, she's the founder of On. She talked about this fallacy that we are built to want to buy things because we are not made to feel as though we are enough. Javier Amigo Miranda, the CMO of Too Good To Go, he talked about food waste, but I thought this quote was just, it meant and applied to so much more than the global climate crisis, that systemically we have to change and how that is changed by the power of habit. And if a habit that comes out of these days is to have meaningful conversations and to have more of them and not to shy away from being vulnerable, then please, we encourage you to do that. And Christina Gorgolakis, she talked about let's finding a place where more balance and sustainability lives as part of our everyday life. And she talked about juggling and how we're all juggling way too many balls. And it's not bad that we're juggling. We just have to be conscious of the balls that we are juggling. So what's happening today? On our main stage, next up, we have an amazing panel on mental health. That'll be followed by conversations on career advancement for all, finding your voice, launching a business mid-pandemic, parenting during the pandemic, creating communities, and more. At any time, you can head over to our workshops. We're talking about video ask, making remote work fun, turning a passion project into a business, how to use TikTok and Typeform in tandem, and we'll finish it up with an AMA on Typeform. And again, have conversations with each other. They're available all day, and we really want each of you to meet each other. So it is my pleasure to introduce your Master of Ceremonies, your MC, your West Coast host for the day, Ish Ismael Mendoza. Welcome to the stage.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Rachel. Hello, everyone. Like Rachel mentioned, my name is Ismael Mendoza, but my friends call me Ish. And since we're all friends now, please feel free to do the same. I'm a Typeformer for our wonderful customer outcomes team. And I'm super excited to be today representing your West Coast host for our day 2 of our Meaningful Conversations event. And I must say, wow, wasn't day 1 super amazing? So many awesome people, influential voices, and powerful conversations. And I absolutely loved each discussion. And I learned a ton just by the conversations that were had. And what an event we have in store for you all today. And to get started, we are taking off the floaties. We're diving right into the deep end of the pool. And what a conversation to start off with. Like Rachel mentioned, our first topic that we're going to talk about today is one on an open conversation on mental health. I think this is something super important for myself and really important for so many others out there as well. And here to kick things off, I wanted to introduce our wonderful panel moderator, Typeformer extraordinaire, Ghana. Ghana, welcome to the stage. Ghana is going to be introducing our wonderful panel. Thanks so much for being here, and the stage is yours, Ghana. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ish, for a wonderful introduction. I am beyond grateful to be here today moderating this panel, this subject. I'm very excited about the day 2. Thank you, everyone, for joining us, rejoining, and joining for today specifically. Well, my day today has little to do with mental health professionally, but is front and central topic in my personal life. It became that frontal 3 years ago when I personally hit a crisis, anxiety, depression disorder, and ever since I kept the topic on my radar. So I'm really humbled and grateful for the chance to moderate this panel. You know, everyone defines mental health differently. and everyone's perspective is very personal. Yet, I would argue that last year's event and all the pandemic has impacted each of us. Doesn't matter whether you are a CEO, whether you are an employee, whether you look for a job, whether you live in a huge house with family and pets, or just a pet in a small room in Barcelona. Well, we all have been through a lot. We're still dealing with it. So I hope that this frank and open conversation will help us all to feel a bit more connected and to share, well, how do we feel? How do we feel really? And without much ado, let me introduce our wonderful panelists. So here they go on stage. Wix Reitano, founder and CEO of Agency 6P, proud New Yorker. Will Alan Bursch, partner at Spill, a mental health solution for employees. Javier Suarez, serial entrepreneur and co-founder of Oliva, a solution for online therapy for busy professionals. And our very own Typeformer, John Rigo, education team manager. Wix, Will, John, Javier, thank you so much for joining our panel. I'm so grateful for your courage to participate in the conversation. And
thank you for the opportunity.
Amazing. To kick off the conversation, without going too much deep into the topic yet, I would really appreciate if we can do a round of intros and, well, your personal why behind saying yes to this panel. So, Vix, if you feel like starting.
Sure, I'm always happy to go first. So mental health is a big part of my life, my personal practice. And for me, being on this panel is important because I think it's a conversation more people need to have, more female identifying founders need to have, more female identifying creatives need to have, but I think humans in general need to have. So for me, why it's so important to me personally is because I've been burned out many times in my career. I survived a physically abusive relationship while I was building my company, and I was an extremely young founder in the process, and I am fully bootstrapped, and this is my baby, my second baby. My first baby is a French bulldog named Fiona. So for me, it's really about owning who you are, and a phrase that I like to say that is on my team shirts is, great things come from owning your story. So that's what I hope to share with all of you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Can relate to a lot of it. Will you be the next one?
I will. Yeah, thank you so much. Nice to see all of you guys. I'm Will. I guess, yeah, my mental health story and reason for being here. I just had a big kind of wobble in my early 20s. I think I kind of went out of the world after college, like a lot of people, and were like, anything's possible. And then hit the hard wall of kind of reality. And yeah, had a period of kind of burnout that then turned into depression. And for me, what I found most interesting was how it took me so long to recognize it. And I put so much effort into denying it. Like that was like a full-time job for 6 months, was denying that I was depressed. And eventually I kind of got to therapy and found that to be so transformative, kind of for a lot of the reason Vic described, basically taking more ownership over my story and feeling less like a victim. And among other things, therapy was hugely powerful for me. So I'm really interested in that gap and how that gap can be shortened by conversations like this, and how we can help people not to wait so long to recognize and spot these signs earlier on, and feel like they can do something about it, basically.
Thank you so much. I think we'll definitely come back to that. I think we all can relate to it as well. Javier, what about yourself?
Yeah, thanks so much. So yeah, my name, my story is the following. I all of a sudden I found myself starting a business called Travel Perk, which went super fast, and it was it was a very new thing for me. I had no idea what I got myself into, and then kind of like midway, I used to be a super extroverted guy, always laughing, joking. And then kind of like overnight, I started feeling this weird stuff. Like, it was, I don't know, it was anxiety back then, and imposter syndrome. But it really got to me. And I thought, okay, what am I going to do? I simply need to go out there, find a pill, take it, and I'll be okay. And I was that naive, right? Obviously, I actually went to search for help. It was very hard. I went to a psychologist. I went to a psychiatrist. the psychiatrist first gave me this big list of medication I should take. It was very intimidating. I didn't take it at all because I thought this doesn't feel right. So I kind of just postponed it, and I really connect with Will because it was just a very long period of accepting and understanding, right? Like I was reading, I thought I must be sick. I honestly thought I was sick for a long, long time, until I realized that it's kind of like any other sport, right? It's like a muscle that you need to train. You first need to understand the sport, then you need to start training, and then you do the common mistakes. You want to do everything, instead of like running, let's say 5 minutes a day, you start running 60 minutes a day, and then you burn out from running. So then it took me a long time to find kind of like the right formula, the right cadence of taking care of my mental health, and the right way. So it was a very long journey to get to the right formula. And that's something that I would love. I don't know, if I could reduce that for other people, that would be a massive win in my perspective.
Thank you, Javier. This is really powerful. John.
All right, well, nice to be here. I guess I said yes to this for similar reasons, that like I went through a period of my life thinking, oh, I don't need any kind of help and my mental health is fine. And it was fine until it wasn't. Like in my 20s, I guess I come across often, maybe not now because I'm nervous, as being fairly kind of calm and relaxed. And people would tell me this, and I just bought into, I'm a calm, relaxed person, stress doesn't affect me, blah, blah, blah. And that got me all the way into my like mid-30s until some stressful stuff happened and I kind of had a bit of a crisis, and luckily had people around me who pointed me in the direction of therapy, and it was a great experience. And I kind of wish I'd known to see that earlier, and I wish that my kind of ego that I thought had under control was not telling me that, oh no, you're fine. So yeah, I just wish that I hope by sharing sort of experiences, other people can maybe get to thinking about their mental health, maybe by avoiding having crises, because it seems that crises are often a catalyst for this. So that's kind of it.
Thank you, John. Listening to the four of you make me come back again to this point, like, how come that we all missed that, right? And we are all talking about that, the initial recognition and the initial point when registering that something is not okay. If we could go back in time, or I don't know, for you it's so much central as for me, like avoid it happening again, right? Embracing that, okay, it can happen, but still like working hard to kind of prevent it. What do you think would help you in the past to register it earlier, or what kind of flag would you be on a watch out now to understand that, okay, something is off?
I mean, I was young when, John, you want to go?
No, please carry on. I'm thinking.
I was super young. Like I was like 16 when I first started going to therapy. Actually, even younger than that. But when I did it on my own instead of with my family, I was really young. I was in high school. So therapy has always been part of my life. Like I often say to people, my therapist said, I'm very big on that. I always give her credit because I believe in credit. But I think for me, my whole family is on antidepressants, on anxiety, anti-anxiety drugs, things like that. And I couldn't, whereas Javier was saying that like that, you thought that would be the solution, right? For me, my brain is all I have. So I was terrified to change it. And I was afraid that I wouldn't be the person inside that I am now. So I have been managing it my whole life. Like the conversations that I have in my head are exhausting every day. But I think that I want people to know, if that's what you want, then it's okay. Like I wish someone had said to me when I was 16, 17, 18, even my early 20s, it's okay to figure out your own path to manage this. It doesn't have to look like everybody else's. And what you're reading doesn't necessarily have to align with how you live. Like you don't have to follow this regimen, but also to look out for, like I was a workout addict for a really long time. I beat myself up like really bad, had eating disorders, things like that. So I think if I could know, don't do that to yourself, I think that would be helpful. It's more like, I know when I'm stressed, I organize things a lot, right? Like I need everything perfect, and that's my trigger. So now I know, like if that's happening to me, it means that my mental health is a little bit off the rails, or if I'm not sleeping, right? So what about the rest of you? What do you, when you know you're like in chaos or just on that edge, what is it? How do you feel?
So, I try to really, when those moments happen, that's when I double down on my routine. Right? My routine is simple. My routine is simple. It's just every morning I go for a run, I do a bit of meditation, a bit of gratitude, and then I start my day. And if I'm feeling, especially stressed or anxious, I'll just run a bit longer, or meditate a bit longer, or go to sleep a bit earlier the day before. I just really double down. I think in my case back then, I was kind of trying to be lazy. Like I just wanted to get a pill and get on with my day. Kind of like at work, right? You want to find the easy solution to get the best outcome in the fastest way. Let's just take a pill. And the lucky thing was that it was so intimidating is that I never actually got to it. I had a cupboard in my desk full of prescription drugs, and nobody explained to me what they're for, what they could do.
Right.
So I really kind of delayed the process tremendously of getting better because I had no knowledge on how to navigate this whole thing.
Yeah, I think it's such an interesting conversation, the one around medication and antidepressants. I have taken them in the past, and I think they helped, but in combination with other stuff. I think the thing I do find a bit, it's the thing you explained, this idea that they're presented as a solution to everything. And once you have these pills, everything will be sorted. I think they can have a really valid role as part of like a total recovery package. And definitely, I think there was a stage where I was just like not really getting out of bed. And I think they kind of helped give me maybe that initial just like shunt out the door so that I could then go to therapy and start productively talking about stuff. But I think there's this really interesting second thing where if you're really not feeling good, you start taking antidepressants and they don't work, you then have this kind of second order guilt about how, well, that was supposed to fix me and I still feel awful. So I think, I think they do definitely play a role, but I think it's so dangerous to kind of view them as being the be all and end all solution just on their own.
Yeah, I would have done it if somebody would have guided me. I mean, look, you need to do a bit of sport, you need to sleep a bit, you need to sleep more, you take this pill, you do therapy, and all of these things combined are going to move you forward. But nobody was doing that for me. Nobody was connecting the points. It was the experience of going to a psychiatrist in the different countries where I visited one, it was always the same. You go there, there's this man or this woman behind this desk with a bunch of books behind him. He looks at you, talks to you for 15 minutes, and then goes, okay, yeah, sure. Here you go. Yeah. And I'm like, we just talked for 15 minutes and you're giving me a prescription. It doesn't feel right? But maybe somebody would have briefed me, this is how it works, and just don't worry, and blah, blah, blah. Maybe it would have gotten out of the hole quicker. But it was just so, I just don't think, like you say, one single element out of this formula works on its own. If you take medication on its own and just keep the rest of your life as is, it might help a bit, but it's not going to really do the full effect, right? So that was the challenge, I think, just putting all things together.
Yeah, I think, I certainly understand the thing about cleaning when I'm stressed. I do the same thing. It can be very useful in that sense. Otherwise, but and about medication. So when I had my first kind of breakdown, I went to my private doctor at the time and was kind of freaked out and shaking and nervous, and I hadn't been eating properly, and so she gave me some sort of tranquilizers, a course of tranquilizers to calm me down, and that did for a while. But and then separately I started seeing a therapist, but it kind of wasn't joined up too well. And the experience of going to the doctor and her sort of reacting to how I was and immediately giving me, I think it was diazepam, which to me was a pretty oh my God, what am I doing? That kind of freaked me out a bit more. Later on, once I actually calmed down, I went to see my state doctor here in Spain, because I'm in Spain. She was a bit more, I don't know, just relaxed. She was like, oh, you need to take a break and calm down. If you've got a headache, just have a paracetamol and go to bed, kind of thing. And just that kind of calmed me down quite a lot, feeling that I didn't need to kind of take these, what I felt were quite intense drugs. And being on the drugs, it was good for a bit, but it didn't fix me like therapy did, but it took a lot longer. And as soon as I came off tranquilizers, I felt worse, to be honest. It was, the drop off from tranquilizers was very unpleasant. So I don't know. I didn't have a great experience with those, but I think it was because there was just a lack of or no communication between therapy on one side and medical health on the other.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah,
I
that
also,
go, Vix.
I was just gonna say, I also think that like it is important if you need it, that it is important, right? So I think that it's like asking for the help, but then also getting the answer that you need. Like, is this right for me? You know, and you have to also know your style. Like I'm very into human design and astrology and tarot and all those things because it helps me better understand my inner self, right? I have to understand who I am. There's many versions of me. But you have to really understand who you are to find the Band-Aid. Like, and different versions of yourself have a different Band-Aid. When I was working in television, like I couldn't go to bed earlier. You know, when I get up at 4:45 in the morning. Like that's just who I am. So if I didn't do that, it wouldn't work for me. But like, you know, I think that if you have to be able to find a solution for you. It's a personal thing, but we also have to feel comfortable talking about it and being like, okay, this works for me. Does this work for you?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point as well, John. That and often the solutions don't talk to each other, and they're like super disparate, right? Because I had the same thing. It's like I had the doctor telling me like, this is fundamentally a problem with your brain, and you need pills for this. And I had a therapist saying, this is a problem with how you processed experiences and your story and some of the relationships you've been through. And it's very difficult having two people who are both very convincing and authoritative give you totally different solutions. And I think I think I agree with you, Vix, like we're all different as people. But on top of that, like even in one person, year by year, it's different. Like I've definitely had phases where I've had a period of depression that was, I think, pretty close to just being clinical. Like it just came about. There was no specific trigger. I've also had periods where like I've been, in a very difficult relationship. I've had difficult life circumstances. And to me, that was like a life problem. Like, what you need at each point is so different.
And I think it's so important that you're mentioning, right, that we are not static. We are changing and the life changes. And it's sometimes very difficult to face it alone. And, you know, listening to the four of you makes me also recall the experience. And I'm coming from a culture where it's very difficult to acknowledge. The whole topic is super stigmatized. And in Ukraine, it's still, you know, you should not have depression. You should fix it. You should be strong. And that's still very much the subject. And I wonder how you dealt with your surrounding at that moment, at your workforce, with your friends. Like, did you have a chance to rely, or do you rely now? Because at the end, we are not completely isolated, although we'll talk about isolation in just a bit, because right now that adds to it for sure. But how big of a role played the surrounding to you during the process and right now?
I'll go. So I was really scared. I didn't talk about it. I was in survival mode. Like I was just, I was in the middle of running this company. I had a lot of expectations from investors, from peers, from co-founders, from team members, from everybody, right? And I just didn't feel prepared or knew how to show that vulnerability. And I was honestly scared shitless, right? And purely in survival mode. Like I would just wake up in the morning and I would just think, how the hell am I going to make it through the day? Like Sundays, it would be for me like, how am I going to show up tomorrow and run this, right? And that for months. And what really blew my mind was that honestly at that point, money, I didn't care. I was willing to live in a tent and pay anything needed for somebody to tell me, okay, Javier, do A, B, C, and D, and that's how we're going to get you anything. I would have really eaten rice for a year. I don't care, right? And it just really blew my mind how hard it was for me and to find it. And there was not one individual, there was not one website service where I thought I could truly go there and just say, hey guys, I'm feeling crap. I don't know what it is. Get me sorted. Like just guide me. Just doesn't exist, right? And that really just that for me was, it was, what was it then? It was 3 years ago. I mean, it's not like we're talking about the 90s, right? It's very recent, and it just means mind blowing that it's such a forgotten space because of stigma.
I can so much relate. Even now, I feel my heart racing when you describe it. So at that point, I had to quit my life and go back to Ukraine. And I came to my grandma and I said, "Could you write me a list of stuff to do?" So I wake up and I know what. So today you clean the windows, then you cook, then you. I needed very clear guidance on what to do, like very, very practical, and that was calming me down. And when you describe me like the life in a tent and with a rice to eat, I can relate, and that's really, really a big struggle. And I think very often it's hidden from the surrounding, right? People might not even know what you come through and what you are coping with. So I don't know if Weeks, Will, you would like to add something on this social part of it?
Yeah, I think from my experience, it was just really interesting because just as we don't talk about mental health enough in terms of how we're experiencing it, we don't really talk about much how best to support people who experience it. And so I think equally, people like my friends and family were varying in how they kind of like supported. And it's all with the best of intention, but I think there's this very natural inbuilt part of us that when we see someone hurting, we want to kind of fix them. We want to go like, how can we fix this, right? Like, what do you need me to do? And conversely, like for the person who's going through that, like for me at the time, that kind of, it's the last thing you want to hear is being kind of asked to do stuff or hurried along or being questioned. And it was a couple of my friends who, I don't know how or why, they were just very, very good. The most supportive friends were ones who were there, but they didn't ask anything of me. They were just like, look, I'm going to come over, we're going to go on a walk, and you don't need to talk. Like, I'm just going to talk at you and tell you about my day. Or they would leave me a voice note. The ones that like, leave me 5 missed calls, for me, that like almost made it worse because I felt bad that I wasn't reacting. And I think it's just as how we need to educate and discuss mental health. I think we need to talk more about how we can help other people who are close to us.
Quick question: how did they know how to do it right?
I've asked some of them afterwards, and they were just like, it was in my instinct. I think from their own experiences, they were like, that was what I wanted. I think, the ones that did that, they were like, I tried to think back to when I was feeling really low. One of my friends actually made quite a good analogy. They were like, I just tried to treat you a bit like you were pregnant. Like, I wouldn't ask you to do too much. I wouldn't ask you to do, I would come around, I would provide you food. It may not be a very PC analogy, but I quite like that. Like, give, don't ask, basically.
It's really funny. One of the things, they probably are an empathic person. Like, so I read this book called The Highly Sensitive Person in high school, and then like I read it again. There's a whole bunch of books that I read on this topic, but for me it was very much like I actually have these conversations with people, and it was weird to be this like 23-year-old having these conversations, right, where I was like, do you want advice or do you want a vent? And I have always been in that space with my friends. So if I ever see anyone who's struggling, and I say this to my team now, I'm like, do you want to vent about it or do you want advice? Like, where do you want me? This is what it was for my experience. I also always say it's about my experience. I think the hardest piece for me, even as a woman, like I was because vulnerability, right? Women are like allowed to be vulnerable, quote unquote. But I was so high up. Like I was a producer at 23. Like I had no TV experience. I was doing all this crazy stuff. I was going to the Oscars. Like I was doing really cool, crazy stuff. And I felt like, well, I have to hold on to this. Like I'm not supposed to be here. Like, who am I? I'm some kid from Staten Island. Like, which for those of you who are not familiar with it, it's this teeny tiny part of New York City that like makes us cool, but not that cool. And I was just like, I'm this kid. Like I'm just this kid. It's this crazy life that I'm living that I've dreamed of. And I didn't want to let it go. And then when I started my company, I was 27 and I did it so fast. And I was like all by myself. Even people who were really close to me were like, yeah, it's probably not going to work. Like, we'll see if it works in 6 months. I was so determined, and I still am. I have like the tenacity of, you tell me no, I'm like, watch me. And I think it goes back to the whole piece of people in authoritative positions saying things to you like, well, is that really what you want to do? That doubt. And I still feel like an imposter sometimes. Sometimes I'm literally like, wait, this is my life. I'm like, oh, this is what I do. And then, it's just about having that conversation with your younger self, your future self, and your personal self. It was interesting too. Like I always say, I'm the girl who survived to become the woman who thrived. So, that for me is a big part of it. Like I lived in survival mode for most of my 20s. I threw it away. And I don't want anybody else to do that because I didn't like who I was. I mean, that was like a whole, but I was confident but not comfortable. So it was a whole other piece where you have all this bravado in the workplace because you think you have to, because you're working with people 3 times your age.
Yeah.
And I think, that brings us to the question part. I think we have to address, there are quite a few coming from the audience. And the first one is exactly about that. Given the importance of mental health, should businesses offer free therapy counseling to the employees as a standard practice? What do you think? Especially have to
choose that.
Javier, who work in this space. So curious to hear.
I mean, I feel like I can't answer this in an unbiased way. It sounds like I've planted this question. I want to be clear. I didn't plant this question.
Here we were watching.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be diplomatic. I think it's. I think the kind of responsibility is shared, right? There's no single responsibility. I don't think we should say it is totally an employer's responsibility to look after the mental health of its employees. I think it's our responsibility as individuals. It's our responsibility as friends and family members. I think what I like about conversations like this is it's trying to, I guess, bridge some of those gaps and just make it like a full-scale conversation. I don't think the responsibility lies with any one person, but if we can at any point make it easier for people to access support, all the better.
But it's worth thinking about, as a company, thinking about people's mental health. I guess just in making sure that you're not adding to it with the environment you're creating. And again, I might be biased here because I think the environment's good at Typeform, but I think it's done on purpose. Like it feels like a caring place. And as an example, during the lockdown, I was really unhappy after a few weeks. I am living alone with a cat who's interrupting me at the moment. And all of this additional communication plus not seeing anyone in real life I was suffering quite a lot and very much in crisis mode, and opened a one-to-one with my manager one day, and she asked me how I was, and I just burst out crying, which was a surprise to me. And she was great about it, and she was like, take some time, She didn't say, have the afternoon off and come back tomorrow. She was like, take the time you need, and I felt very supported, and it was like a good thing to be in an environment where that was given to us. And and now we have also mental health stuff available from Spill also. So this is it's a nice thing to have. I don't know if it's saying you should provide it is one thing, but it's certainly very appreciated.
Maybe let me add a little twist to this. I mean, maybe I see it a bit different. I don't know, like, the companies that we work in, they're driven by people's brains. So by definition, the biggest asset by far a company has is a collection of brains. And then this collection of brains are asked to perform some objectives and key results, right? By simply doing this and ignoring that problem exists, because no matter how good you're hiring, that problem exists, from your best executive to your new starters, right? Everybody has it. So in my opinion, like, yes, it's not the responsibility of a business to do it, but it's a no-brainer for them to do it, because the cost of not doing it is way more expensive than Spill times 4, right? I mean, like, it's just way more expensive to ignore the problem, because people are showing up because they need their paycheck, but they're not mentally there, right? They're just showing up. So I think, honestly, like, I think it's up for the business to decide, but I think if you just really get down to cold, hard business, ignoring it is a lot more expensive for them, right? And it's specifically in industries that we all work. So I think it's a no-brainer. I mean, it's way more important, in my opinion, than giving massages and ping pong tables and food snacks and all that stuff. This ROI, like the line, that there's just such a direct correlation to your business, right? And you will see it and feel it. So for me, it's a no-brainer. but I thought I'll go there.
So grateful.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
We have a running of time, guys. So I would like still to bring two more questions. One with the largest number of upvotes. How do you feel with imposter syndrome in your career? You touched on it. If you want to elaborate a bit more, I find it gets worse when I'm feeling low. What do you do with an imposter?
My business is so much based on rejection. Like literally, I run an agency. So like we pitch all the time and I have to get so used to people saying no. So I think that, and I think a lot of businesses are like that, whether you're going after venture capital or whatever you do, right? You have to manage the answer that you're going to get. And I think a lot of times for me, I call it living in a box by the ferry. So if I get like worried, I'm like, okay, talk myself through the process, right? Like before I get to living in a box by the ferry, which to me is like the worst thing that could happen to me, right? There's other steps. There's people I can reach out to. What is my game plan? So a lot of times I really like to strategize that way. That's how my brain works. But I think that some people's brain doesn't work with that. And then they have to figure out how to talk themselves out of imposter syndrome. Maybe it's talking to a friend. Maybe it's like keeping a yay me folder. I know a lot of women in communications who do that. I had a boss who told me I was stupid every day for 3 months. So I had a yay me folder. Yeah. And it was hard. I mean, it was hard. I used to cry, but like I couldn't cry at my desk. So, you know, the yay me folder is a big way that I do it. I also keep a lot of stickies around, and I have a lot of, I have a daily journal practice where I write a mantra, 2 yes statements, and then 3 things I want the universe to work on while I'm like kind of like a computer. It's processing in the back while I'm processing in the front. So that helps me with the imposter syndrome, because if you look back, it's just evidence of your success, period. No matter what it is, it's like find evidence of your success, refer to it frequently, and keep it close by for the times when you're feeling challenged.
That's awesome rituals and techniques. Would you like to add something?
I think one of the best things we can all do to kind of help other people in that regard is just say, I don't know, more often at work, especially if you're in any position of like leadership or responsibility. I think just being more open and showing that example of like, I don't always have the answers. I don't always know what I'm doing. In fact, a lot of the time I am making it up, can just be so helpful. I remember when I started working, I was so surprised by how you never hear people just be like, do you know what? I don't know. Like we just always feel like we need to have the answer, or at least we need to say something smart. And it creates this mirage that is just continually propped up. And I like the idea of just like popping it if you can.
Yeah, I fully connect with that.
I love Vix's, all of your routines and things like mantras, because I find that all of think something like imposter syndrome, it's fine when everything's okay. And like Ganna said, when you're low or stressed, that's when it goes wrong. And so having processes that you don't have to think about that are already set up, these kind of help bring you back somewhat into the center. And then the imposter syndrome hopefully goes away. It's like one thing I've done over the last year is trying to get a bit more routine-y, somewhat like Javier. And it is very calming. So I guess,
you know, I know that we have little time, but now I'm in that new problem that my routine is so important, but it's also very time consuming.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
It's starting to feel like a job a little bit, right? Because I have my job, I have my routine. They're both, probably my routine is more important than my job, but I need the job, and et cetera, right? So that's the moment I'm in right now. Just to be quiet.
Juggling those balls. Yesterday, we had one of the speakers talking about that, how you juggle all of that and what is really important, right? Totally relatable. Wix, I can see that audience is already opening their YAI folders and they are creating them. And I have a question from audience to our male speakers. Kudos to you for coming. It's known that it's much more harder for men to speak about the topic. It's a fact as well. And the question is, regarding the difficulty of speaking about the topic, did you feel additional pressure due to the fact that you're a man? Pressure because of the notion our society has about being male?
In my case, I never related it to my gender, to be honest. I felt pressure just from the world and stigma, but I didn't feel like, oh no, I'm a man and therefore I need to be, maybe it's just not me, right? Like I never felt I need to show myself stronger, bigger, and better because I'm a man. Like for me, it was just, crap, how do I tell this to the world, right? But luckily, at least in my case, it was not gender related.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, yeah, I think I feel some of that, Javier. Like I never felt like I've been especially good at being a man. So, or the traditional view of masculinity. So I guess I feel like I had less to live up to in the first place that I could fail at. But I think there is definitely something there. Like I find it really hard to cry. Like I have a lot of times when I want to cry and I can feel it in my chest. It kind of bubbles up and gets tight, but I just can't do it. And I have friends who can cry easily, and I want to be able to get there. And I think perhaps some of that is just like a lot of internalized conditioning in formative years of just being like, toughen up, don't cry. And I think for me, a lot of what we're talking about does stem back to like needing a different form of education in childhood. Like we spend school learning about the world and we learn nothing about ourselves. Like I just a basic lesson on how to spot feelings and how to articulate feelings and telling kids that it's okay to cry and it's okay to be angry. I think that would have saved me 2 years of therapy later down the line if some of those building blocks had been in place.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to think that I was, well, let's say before I had a crisis, I was like, I'm a modern man. I'm very much in touch with my feelings. And I thought I'd made an effort with this. But I still had this, it seems like quite a typically masculine thing in my head, sort of saying like, no, you can deal with this. Like you're all right. And when you're in a crisis mode, I find that is the voice that comes loudest. Like, I don't want people's help. I'm in a bad mood. And I sort of, the bit that I was missing was learning that you just have to be much more open to other people coming in and helping you out when you need it. And to me, that was the thing that I had to learn most. I'm not sure whether that's gender related, but it was something that I was bad at before. I used to think that I'm the one that deals with stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it's gender related. I could relate very much to what you're saying, and also Will, when you were saying that, failing as a man, failing as a woman, failing as a human, I think it's very much the central feeling of the state. Perhaps one of the few questions we have time to answer, the last one, knowing what you know now, what would you change about the journey?
Ooh.
Nothing. I know that sounds really bad. Like, I got in a car accident because I was so distracted. I still wouldn't change it. Like,
really?
Nothing. I would change because if I changed the way that I process things, I wouldn't be the person I am now, right? So in this iteration of my life, right, I believe that there are many lifetimes. And in this iteration of mine, that was the way that it had to go. So, it's almost like, and it's hard. It's been hard. Like, it's not easy to be in this person, this experience. But I think for me, the joy is so much better. So like what I have now, what I've accessed is so much greater that if there was any chance that I couldn't have it, I wouldn't want to change anything.
Yeah. I feel the same.
I see you shaking away a little bit.
Yeah, for me,
I disagree. Like, you don't have to agree.
No. I love it because it's very genuine, and I love it.
It's real.
It's real. Yeah, I get it. I love it. The thing is, for me, it was painful. It was really painful, and I'm not sure that I want that pain, right? And yes, I've learned a lot from it, and I think I'm a better person because of it. But heck, like, I think that what I wish I would have done is simply taken a minute to think about my priorities, right? Like for me, my mind, my health, physical and mental, was priority number 45, right? It was after everything. I wish I would have made that a higher priority. Maybe not 1, but let's take it from 45 to 10 at least, right? And that's all I ask. And so yeah, I felt that I'm also a bit pissed off at myself that I let it slip so far. Like I didn't have to. Nobody was asking for that, and I just thought it's not important. Like, I'll survive, and then I'll just run the business, run teams, blah blah blah. And if me, who cares? Like, I gained 10 kilos. Everything happened, right? And I don't care about the weight at all, to be honest. But it's just the combination of everything was very painful, and I just wish I would have made it a priority way sooner.
Yeah, I think I relate a bit to that. There's a bit of looking back at past me and being a bit judgmental, and similarly being like, if you were a puppy, like, you would have had that puppy taken away for like mistreatment. Like, you could have done a lot more to like be kinder to yourself, basically. I think I kind of split it out. I do, like, part of me is with you, Vix, and there's certain parts of like emotional pain that I think have been so formative and I wouldn't want to avoid. But I think there's certain periods of kind of specifically like depression that didn't really have a cause that for me was, like you said, Javier, I think I could have avoided that. And I think it was unnecessary pain. Some of that like grief and heartbreak and all of that stuff, like that, I believe has been really formative, and I don't want to lose that. Yeah, it's tricky, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. It's now I feel quite happy, so I wouldn't want to change things in case I ended up somewhere else. That would be bad. So I wouldn't go back in time and change things in that sense. But at the same time, there are definitely things that I look back and cringe a little bit about. And at the same time, if I could have taken a pill and just skipped about a year, that would have been fine without losing anything. But you can't do that. So I mean, we have the lives we have. I think I'm just lucky. I feel lucky that I had people around me who gave me the support I needed when I needed it, and I think that's what's important for people, that they do have support available. But perhaps you can't avoid a degree of suffering.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. I love, there's like a famous therapy quote that's like, therapy's not trying to make you happy, it's just trying to make the like inevitable pain a bit more bearable. And I think that's like a great attitude.
Yeah, or suffering is part of being human also, but I agree, if there is a way to skip it, I would love to. But at the same time, listening to you, Will, especially in the analogy about the puppy, I thought interesting. You would think that they would take away the puppy, but still you're strict with yourself now, saying like, you missed it in the past, right? So even now, I'm surviving all that. And Javier, and I do the same very much. Like, okay, how could you sleep it? How could you? It's still very much the cycle of, okay, you did something wrong. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's not an easy question from the audience for sure, but I'm very glad that we are in the place where we could talk about it, and I'm very, very grateful that you came today. Now I promise, last question. We close with it. If you're a colleague of someone who struggles, or if you see your friend is in struggle, or you notice that somebody might be going through a difficult time, what would you say? What should a colleague do? How to support somebody who is struggling at the moment?
I hate to say it, it's cliche, but it does get better. Like, I know that that's such a cliche. It's such an Instagram meme, right? But it's like, if you allow yourself to ask for the help, then you have a chance. If you don't, then maybe you don't have a chance. So you have to forgive yourself and allow yourself. Only you can take the first step. I'll be here, but only you can take the first step.
I think just kind of trying to listen to them and like almost just like sit with their pain non-judgmentally. And like we spoke about before, like, not trying to fix it or like overly sugarcoat it or push them towards doing anything. I think just sitting with it and trying to be like, that really feels hard. And maybe suggesting some things that are out there that have helped you, or like could be like a menu of things. But I think it's a balance between, you don't want to push them into doing anything that they're not comfortable with, which is the really hard part, right? It's so hard to see someone you care about and not help. But conversely, just sitting with it is, I think, one of the best things you can do.
Yeah, I probably would just share my story and be like, look, this is what happened. This is what I did. These were the good things. These were the bad. if you want me to go further or deeper in any of these things I tried that work or didn't work, here I am. And when you're ready, we'll talk about it, right? That's one thing I would do. And if I think that they're in financial situations that they can afford therapy, I would say, hey, maybe I can, help you a bit. I don't know. Like maybe I can just get you in that train, and then if you don't like it, it doesn't matter. I don't need anything back. Let's just get you in the train. And I wish somebody would have done that for me, regardless of the financial side. But I would just wish somebody would have just put me into the train a bit. Like just speak with somebody, right? Like it's nothing more. Maybe that would be the only advice I would have the courage to give somebody.
Yeah, I don't think I could force somebody to kind of ask me for help, but you just have to try. And I hope that I create an atmosphere where people are happy to talk if they want to. But it's, like you have to be ready yourself to make that step. So I think it's just, I don't know, like as a manager, being ready for that if somebody wants, but I don't think I could push anybody into it. So I haven't actually been in a situation yet where I've seen somebody doing what I was doing like 8 years ago. And my manager from back then says, I should have told you to stop.
But I do dream of the day that we can talk about this stuff. Like when somebody tells you, hey, I bent my ankle, and you'd be like, hey man, get that cream, it's really good for me. And there's anything bad about giving that advice. You just have to make sure you put the label on it and say like, hey, make sure that you don't take this advice from me. This is what worked for me. There's professionals for this. They will tell you what's going to work for you. But I just really love dreaming of the day when we can just speak about it without being scared, right?
And I feel that right now we're a little bit doing that. We have been doing it for last 45 minutes, and I'm very, very grateful to each one of you, Wix, Will, John, Javier, really from the bottom of my heart. That felt a little bit like group therapy to me. Maybe to audience as well. Thank you so much. We have to wrap up here, but big thanks to you. That was meaningful to me. Thanks.
Thank you for hosting us.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Awesome. Wow, what a way to start. So many, I was thinking about, I was writing some notes down, and so many quotable quotes. I really loved how comfortable everyone was just sharing their hearts and their thoughts about this otherwise deemed taboo subject, and really just breaking down the stigmas. And man, it was so awesome. I wrote down so much, but I really liked something that Vix said, is just understand who you truly are to find the appropriate Band-Aid. And that's it's super important conversation that we had, and really happy that we started things off on that note, and just breaking down the misconceptions on mental health. And speaking of uncovering information, our next conversation is the secrets to demystifying career advancement. And so I'm really happy to at this point introduce Danny and Ellie Young. Danny is going to be our awesome moderator for this event here. And so Typeform's very own Danny Gray, thank you so much for joining today, folks, and the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ish. Thanks, everyone, for being here. I hope you're enjoying day 2 of Meaningful. Our next guest is Ellie Young. She is founder and CEO of The Forum. In case you're wondering what that is, The Forum is a SaaS career advancement program that moves underrepresented talent into leadership roles. It's Ellie's goal to move 1 million people in underrepresented talent into leadership by 2030.
Yep.
Fun fact, Ellie and I used to work together at Google for several years. Ellie was a senior leader there before taking up a leadership role at an ad tech company called Turn. And after a long, successful career in advertising, Ellie founded The Forum in 2017. I was actually fortunate to attend the Level Up Bootcamp that Ellie and The Forum run back in January. It's an intensive program to teach you self-advocacy skills, which I think is something that most of us could use help with. I know that I definitely could and benefited from it. So it's going to be time for Q&A at the end. So feel free to keep your questions coming in via chat. And for now, I will hand it over to Ellie.
Thank you. Thank you, Danny, so much. And thank you, Typeform, for being here. And also for that prior panel and this group that was talking, I really appreciated it. So thank you so much. And if you looked at my career from the outside, I always say it looks like this. So as Danny said, I worked at Google. I did very well there. I moved up into leadership roles. I'm a successful founder. But let me tell you, it never felt like this. It felt like this. There were lots of ups and downs. There were many moments where I really didn't know what I was doing or how I was going to progress my career, when there were politics or challenges with other departments. And also, I had moments of anxiety just thinking about that prior panel. I go to therapy today every single week, and I really need it. So again, normalizing that conversation is so important. But one of the challenges that we have at work, and one of the reasons why we have at times such high anxiety, and we really do struggle with understanding how we're supposed to be navigating our career, not just the job, is because there is no clarity, there is no playbook. So few of us have that sponsor that will tap us on the shoulder and say, hey, this is the opportunity you should go for. And PS, we know the hiring manager, we're going to make sure you get that role. Like, that doesn't happen for any of us. It's all sort of done in secret and in code. And so really my objective at the forum is to democratize career advancement so that we all have a shot at the top. It shouldn't just be the person who has that sponsor, which is, again, very, very few of us. The stats actually, it's like 13% of us have a sponsor. So the vast majority of us are just learning as we go, and very literally through trial and error. And what that as a result of that, it means it can feel really challenging. And also what it means is that the people that do have that special person, they rise faster. Or the one who could kind of figure this out, they end up rising faster. So what I'm going to share today are the 5 skills that we all need to advance our career. I like to say they're from the mailroom to the boardroom, because truly it's like right at the ground floor. They are the exact same skills you need to, if you are a CEO and you want a board seat. The skills don't change. And actually what's really interesting is they become more important the more senior you are. And the reason for that is good work is table stakes. There's lots of people who are doing great work all around you. But are you somebody who can, skill number 1, self-advocate for your work? Now, what I'm going to do is take you through the 5 skills, including self-advocacy. I'm going to do it at a very high level, but really my objective also is not just to tell you what is the skill or the activity that can help increase career advancement and decrease anxiety and stress at work. But I also want to give you an actionable tip or something that you could do with each one of these. And then, as Danny said, we're going to take Q&A. So I want to go through them quickly so that I can take Q&A. So number 1, self-advocacy. Most of us are taught to self-advocate for a big thing. Like, I call it the big ask, actually. So that promotion, that raise, pay equity, whatever it is, and you very well may deserve it. But here's the thing. If your work is not visible on an ongoing basis, very likely that big ask is not attainable. So your work has to be visible to all the people that make decisions in your career or would have to approve your big ask, not just at the moment of the ask, but on an ongoing basis. So my tip for you to make sure your work is visible is, instead of focusing on like building up your courage for that big ask, instead just documenting your work on an ongoing basis. So the way we teach this at the forum is to have people just document, like write down every week or 2 weeks, what is something that you're proud of that you've worked on? It shouldn't be the end of a big project. Just as you're going about your day, document this stuff. You could even right now, like literally, you could pop into your calendar and on Fridays, set up 15 minutes so that every single Friday you could reflect on the week and say, have I accomplished something that I'm really proud of? And PS, not all weeks we have big things going on. That is okay. It's just about allocating that time so that when you do, you don't forget it, because we all forget our great work. Think about if you have a performance review or something big going on, often we'll have to go back to our email and our calendar and actually to jog our memory for that big thing that we did. So documenting it is as important for you as it is for the people around you. Then on a quarterly basis, just take a look at that list, reduce it to the stuff that actually matters the most, and send it off to your manager. Now, there may be some of you who don't have a manager. You know, me, I'm a founder, I'm a CEO. I actually still do this, and every single month I send an update to my investors and to my advisors, as well as people who are influencers for me and my business. So I want to make sure they're well aware of the work that we're doing on an ongoing basis. That way, when I need something from them, they're primed up and ready to go. Okay, that's the first one. The second skill is personal branding. Now, a personal brand, I feel often, to me, it sounds a little wishy-washy, but the way we teach personal branding is to just identify, what are you good at, your strengths? What are you passionate about? What do you want to do more of? And talk about it, not just with your manager, talk about it with anyone. Just get excited about the work that you're doing, or at least figure out what is the part of the job that you actually like to do, and just talk about that piece. And then what happens is you end up getting more work that's based on the stuff that you're good at and you're passionate about. And what happens when you get, more work based on the things you're good at and excited about? You do better work. You're happier. And actually what happens is you're having everyone around you really start supporting your career in a way that is aligned with the things that you are excited about. And that is a recipe for career success and happiness and less anxiety. The third is relationships. And there's multiple levels within relationships. There's executive relationships and ways to build relationships with them, which is something that we teach. But really what I want to talk about today in terms of relationships that you could start doing immediately is really networking. 85% of all of your opportunities will come from the people you know. And if you think about your career and you think about every job you've ever had, it probably comes with a little bit of help from somebody that you know. So if you are a heads down worker and you're just focused on the job, someone else who's also pretty good at the job, but better networked, that person is going to go much farther than you. And actually, what happens to you is you may not go as far as you deserve, because you could be the best at your role, but you may not know about new opportunities that are coming, or you may not have enough people that are opening doors for you so that you can step right through it and get to that next big thing. So really, and you want people to advocate for you, right? That's a big part of relationships. So my tip for networking is truly, if your job is going great and you absolutely love it, network at least once a week with somebody new. If you have a challenge, you want to try something new, you want to pivot, you don't know what you want to do next, you should be networking 2 or 3 times a week. And just for 20, 30 minutes at a time. And this should be really low stakes. I'm not talking about networking with that executive. That is a different skill, and that's one that is really stressful. So I'm not talking about that. It's really just people in your peer group, people that you could connect with and you feel comfortable with. So setting up time with them. Now, these 3 are the most important right now while we're all behind our computer. And they're also the ones that when we do really well at these and start figuring them out, not only does it immediately start opening doors for us and opportunities for us, but truly it makes us happier at work. The 4th skill, which is, I have to say, more for people typically who are more senior, but it's financial fluency. So if you want to become a department head, you want to run a business, you want to be a founder, you have to be able to express the economics of your business. So if you work in a small company, you probably have an opportunity to have some P&L responsibility or at least insight. If you work at a big company, or maybe you work with clients who work at big companies, then you really want to listen to their earnings statement. And that's a really quick way to understand, start being able to become familiar with financial terms. Also, you could combine a little networking and building this financial fluency skill by trying to set up networking meetings and sessions with other people who work in finance. And they can really help you just start thinking about this and get curious. Ask them about running a P&L. Ask them about venture-backed businesses. Ask them about, the differences between, running a big company or a small, whatever it may be. And you'll be able to start picking up this type of skill and language, because it is a language, over time. And the fifth skill, finally, is the ability to lead greatly. So really what we mean by this is two things. One, it's the ability to lead from no matter where you are. It doesn't matter if you're an individual contributor or you're a manager who runs a really big team. All of us are responsible for leadership and really thinking about whatever it is that you do, that you're the CEO of like that thing. And the other piece about leadership is being able to communicate as a leader so that other people have confidence in you and have confidence in the ideas and the work that you're doing, that you're pitching. And that really comes through how we're communicating as a leader. So many of us shy away from communicating in a bigger way and getting out there and teaching people things or getting up on a stage. But one of the ways that you could very quickly start working on those communication skills is just taking something that you know and teaching it to somebody else. It can be one person, it could be a group of three, whatever it is, but really is trying to take your ideas and create a format so that you can teach to others and start practicing presentation training and how your ideas are being received by others around you. So these are the 5. You don't need to dive into all of them all at once. I would take a look at what are the ones that you maybe are doing today and you're doing pretty well, or what are the ones that you think is a gap for you, but you could immediately start working on. Like everyone here, if you're not already documenting your work, that's an easy one. Again, 15 minutes every Friday, just start jotting down notes on the work that you're doing and then figure out who needs to see this. Your relationships, trying to set up a meeting once a week with somebody new. That could take a little bit of time to get started, but it really shouldn't be such a heavy lift. So we want to make sure that the things that you're doing to advance your career, they shouldn't take all day. It should just be simple activities that you could start embracing and taking with you immediately, like as in the second you leave the big conference today, meaningful conversations. Okay, so I'm going to pause here. I'm actually going to go off of video.
Thank you, Ali. That was awesome. Yeah, I think looking at what's going on in the chat here and comments from the audience, I think what really resonated was that career trajectory is rarely a straight line. And I thought about this and I put it out there as a comment, is I see it as a little bit like Instagram. You look at Instagram and somebody's on vacation, maybe less so this past 12 months, but in general, and you're like, wow, this person's got this perfect life, and because that's what they share. And I think LinkedIn can be a little bit like that too. We see people's career trajectories and we're just like, wow, this person's just had this, amazing growth, no bumps in the road, but it's rarely like that. So I think the the messy squiggly lines that you shared is probably close to reality, but it's sometimes hard to focus, hard to remember that when you see other people's achievements.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know anybody that actually resonates with that straight arrow to the right. Everyone I know is like, careers are super hard. And every time I talk to very senior executives about these 5 skills, they always reflect back and they say, wow, first of all, I didn't know this at the time. It all resonates with them. It makes sense now.
Mm-hmm.
But they always reflect on what those challenging moments are, as well as some of those moments where something went really well and all of a sudden it opened up an opportunity for them, but it was often unexpected. So right. The good and the bad, it is an unexpected journey, but I really think just work doesn't need to be so hard. Like it's just harder than it needs to be. So if we could teach some of these, what I call the 5 skills to career advancement, if we could demystify them, then it doesn't need to be so hard and it doesn't need to be so anxiety producing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one big learning for me was jumping into working at a big company, Google previously, was just how much effort and time you do need to put into self-advocacy. I had no clue going in. I was like, you do great work. That's all you need to do. Like somebody's going to recognize your awesomeness, and especially you kind of gone through college and being successful at college and all that kind of stuff. But it's really different, I think, when you're in the commercial world, especially in bigger companies, but can really apply anywhere. So that was a real surprise to me. I think it was just how much you have to work at that. But like anything, you can't, like, some people are naturally built that way, but I think for most of us, we do need to practice, do need to get more comfortable with kind of sharing our achievements. And so that was a real big takeaway for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely was one of the people who subscribed to, if you do great work, they will see it. That's how I thought it was. So what everyone needs to know is that the meritocracy at work actually does not exist. And if you think it does, and if you think your great work is what is going to get you ahead, it will get you at the most to middle management, and there you may reside for the rest of your days. And it doesn't mean that you're not the best at what you do. And then what happens is you could feel resentful and frustrated, and how come people don't see my work? And by the way, I've also been there. I've also felt really frustrated at moments and not understanding, well, how come they don't see this? And working, I talk to my manager every single week. Why don't they see these accomplishments? Right. What am I doing wrong? And I think if I was really good at this, I wouldn't have realized that it's such a need within companies. I think because I was pretty bad, and I really, truly believe that if you do great work, that's the key to success. I wouldn't have realized that there's a way to break this down. I had to work hard at it. And because of that, here I am as a founder teaching it.
Yeah, I think one thing that kind of caught me out is a lot of tech companies do talk about the meritocracy, and they do kind of say, when you're joining, like, it's a meritocracy, do great work and you'll be rewarded. And I kind of think that was the case at some point, but I think we kind of gotten a bit off track with that. So companies are still saying that, but it's not necessarily true, which is a bit of a shift, I think, for employees to understand that.
I actually think, Danny, it was never true. And the reason why, it's just cognitively how we work. So I mentioned this in the presentation briefly, which is for anybody here in the audience, if you've had a performance review or writing a resume, every single person here has written a resume. Who has had to go back and sort of think about your work and think about your accomplishments, and you forget, and then you go back and you look at your resume and you say, oh my God, I forgot I did this thing. Like, if we don't remember our work, how can we expect anyone else to remember our work and then advocate for us? It's up to us to share our work and make sure that we're creating opportunities for ourselves, because other people simply are not going to remember. We don't even remember. So how can they?
Definitely. Okay, we have a couple of questions coming in. Really, a great one here is, how do you create a personal brand when you're young in your career and you don't know yourself what you're good at?
Yeah.
Or you're treated like your ideas and contributions don't matter yet. So early stages of the career, like, how would you approach that?
Yeah. It is one of the reasons why I say these skills are more important the more senior you become, because when you're really early on, like the first 3 years, it's a little bit of fake it till you make it. Like, you just got to do really well at the job. But what I would do is, while you're doing the job, even if you're good at pieces of it or not, is really observing throughout my day or throughout a project that I'm working on, what are the things that light me up? When you get a project and you get really excited about it and you zip back to your desk and you start working on it furiously, and like time goes by and you don't even realize it, what is that? And again, it's often not the full project. It could be a small piece of a project. And that's what you want to observe. And that's what you want to also talk about with your manager, to say, well, this is the thing that I was doing that I was really excited about. Like, what other work is there that has this thing? And talk to your friends about it. This is not just a manager conversation. Your personal brand is more expansive than that. And there's lots of people that can help weigh in on great opportunities or projects and work that you could be doing based on the stuff that you're great at. So when you're really young, again, it's about observing those little moments.
I like that. Thank you. Okay, other questions we have. So a few questions around personal branding. We maybe roll these two together because they're related. Do you recommend to find ways to build thought leadership, such as online, such as blogging? And somebody else asked, do you think it's LinkedIn milestones? LinkedIn recommendations are important for creating milestones of achievement?
Oh, yeah. Well, blogging, yes. Like loud and proud about your accomplishments, the things that you're interested in. If you're passionate about something, talk about it, blog about it. And it also gives people, whether it's super aligned with your work or not, it doesn't have to be. But it connects people to you, and and there's a reason for them to like deepen relationships and to support you. When you're passionate about something, others love it and they get really excited about it. So do more of that. LinkedIn recommendations, I guess that's good. I mean, it depends. Some people are now beginning to use LinkedIn. It's like their sole resume, but I wouldn't rely too much on that. It's a nice to have. I don't think it's a game changer. The thing that's a game changer in terms of your career is actually those human interactions and having a wider network so that people are barely looking at your LinkedIn and instead, based on their experience with you or someone else's, they're recommending you for a role or an opportunity.
Right. Yeah, I see the content creation as more as like establishing yourself as a thought leader.
Yeah.
And then if you're passionate about something, that's people are going to be. It's like inbound marketing for yourself for your career. It's like if you, I think if you put that out there, then that helps build your audience, helps create networking opportunities. I think it's important to think about. I know you talked about a lot about this before, Ali, during Level Up and just in general. I think it's important not only internally but externally as well. Like you want to succeed in what you're doing right now, but also think about your wider network and opportunities that might come your way in 5 years, 10 years, kind of really building that. And that's something I kind of lost sight of a little bit. Being inside a really big company is like you can just spend 100% of your time there, and you're so busy. There's tens of thousands of people inside big companies, and you're just like, wow, you got all your networking opportunities there. But I think it's really easy to lose sight of the outside world, and that's definitely what happened to me in the past. And I think it's really important that you do keep reaching out and looking for those other opportunities outside of where you are. So that's my observation.
Yeah, no, it really is true. You really do want to connect with others, and you don't want to, and you want it to be varied. Like we always just meet with the same people. Set a goal for yourself of just meeting a different person in a different department or in a different industry that you know nothing about, and just tap into your curiosity. And also when you meet with this person, say to them, how can I help you in your career? What's going on with you? So instead of it being, a lot of people shy away from networking too, because they feel like it's very transactional and that you're asking for favors. So you really want to do this, first of all, before you actually are asking for a favor. And when you do meet with people, see how you could help and support them. And it could be through other people that you know, your network, insights that you have. And maybe you have nothing in that moment, but just the pure act of trying to help someone and attempting to support them in what they're doing, it just opens a different type of dialogue and relationship, and one that feels really authentic. And I think that's the key to building relationships instead of just building a network.
Right. Yeah, we're at our best when we're being authentic, when we're working on something that we're passionate about. So definitely important to find that and focus on that. Awesome. Well, I think we're pretty much right on time. I believe Ish is out there waiting to come back on. Here he is.
I'm here. Yeah. Awesome. Well,
thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ali and Danny. Awesome job with the moderation there in the chats and fielding information. I can't believe that practical advice was free. This is something that we normally would have to pay top dollar for. So thank you so much, Ali. I really like this idea of self-advocating, and one of the quotes that I took from you is, if we don't remember our own work, then how can others remember our work? And so, wow, that's just a super, super cool idea and thought. And thank you again for sharing.
Definitely. I would recommend on that point, Ish, I would say anyone who wants to find out more, check out theforum.co. And Ali and team run these amazing boot camps, as I mentioned at the top of this session that I attended in January. I think one has just started now, right, Ali? April one is.
Yeah, our next one is July. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry if that looks crazy. I just knocked my computer. But the next one is in July, and the 4M, it's spelled FOREM. It's named after my daughter, For Emerson, because our mission is to move 1 million women and underrepresented minorities up into leadership. But I have to say, it's open to all and everybody, truly. But we do want to make sure that we're able to connect with very particular groups so that we can start changing the dynamics within organizations.
Definitely. Yeah, and my final comment on that is I first found out about this program about a year ago, and I just started at Typeform, and I was like, I can't possibly find time to do a brand new job and do the forum. And then at the start of this year, I was like, well, it's never going to be perfect time to do it, but I just know that it is so valuable to start practicing these things that I jumped on and did it. So there's never perfect time to do anything. Just jump on and do it is my advice.
Yeah. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Awesome. Let's keep moving on here. So I am really excited about this next panel conversation where we'll get to learn a little bit more about what it means to have a voice and use it, and also how to empower those around you to do the same. So I'm super excited to introduce our Meaningful Conversations curator, professional, Miss Rachel Kalt, who's going to be introducing the panelist and starting this conversation. So super excited about that, Rachel, and it's all yours.
Thanks, Ish. Hardly a professional. I am almost 33 years old and I will never have it figured out, but I think that's part of living, is just figuring it out as you go. So finding your voice. This is a totally self-motivated panel. I'm not going to lie. I take a lot of maybe liberty with this agenda because I got to work on it, and this was something that I felt was really important. Finding your voice. Do you find it? Does it find you? I think both work, right? There are those moments when we feel compelled to share our stories. It could be a moment when we realize that our story is our voice. We choose ourselves in being vulnerable and coming clean with what it is and bearing our vulnerabilities. And maybe we find that it strikes a chord with others and it creates a community. So I'm so delighted to introduce 4 women from very different backgrounds, all doing very different yet amazing things, who are finding their voice, are reinventing their voice, are evolving, and we're going to talk about it. So I'm going to introduce them one by one, and then we will go right into the discussion. I would first like to introduce Amber Takahashi. She is the founder and CEO of Brown Girl Tech World. Next up, we have Debbie Haskey. She is an artist and a designer. She's a wonderful designer at Typeform, but her life is so much richer than that, so she'll talk about much beyond Typeform. We have Lindsay Chepkema. She is the CEO and co-founder of Casted. And lastly, we have Paloma Aoyon. She is the founder of Dove Story and a strategist at the new company. Welcome, ladies. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. It's so lovely to see you all together, and I'm so delighted to have you all. Again, our first conversation when we first met to talk about this panel was so rich, and I'm so thrilled to have this with our audience. So, let's throw formal introductions aside. Let's get to the heart of this conversation. What's your story? Like, why are you here? I mean, obviously, I asked all to come, but what's your reason for showing up? What's your story?
Let's see.
We can go in order. Amber, why don't you start?
So, I mean, one of my, key things about, using my voice and my strong why is just influencing the generation that comes after me. I know I'm still fairly young. I'm only 23, but I noticed, as time goes by, we have children at a younger age getting very interested in tech. They're forced iPads in their hand at the age of 2. and they already know how to work these things. So by the time they get in elementary school, and they're seeing robotics and they're seeing how to code, they're interested. So just helping, showing that anything is possible, even through any obstacles that are put in your way, and letting kids see that is one of my big whys. And I guess, just adding on to that, just to give you a bit more context, I actually am a software engineer. I started my career a bit early in the game. I had my first engineering position at the age of 19. And from there, it was like the sky was the limit for me. So I chose to take that opportunity to help women who look like me and maybe don't even look like me, right? But are part of underrepresented groups, to help them into tech jobs in the fields of cloud, cybersecurity, and AI through my nonprofit called Bronco Tech World. So that's a little bit about what my why is, and why I do the work I do.
That's a tough act to follow. I'm Debbie. I'm a designer here at Typeform. I'm also an illustrator and artist outside of my work here. My why is really because I have a lot of feelings, and drawing them seems to be the easiest way for me to express myself and get my point across. So yeah.
I will follow up after Debbie. I think what's really cool, hi everyone, I'm Paloma. I think what's cool about the 5 of us in this virtual room is that we're quite different, as Rachel said earlier, but we have similar experiences and perspectives as it relates to finding your voice. And I guess for me, I am here because I think storytelling is healing, especially when we have the chance to express ourselves in a way that feels good or right to us. So Rachel, you asked what are our stories? I was a very, very shy person. I still am a bit shy, but very, very shy person for many years. But I started writing at a young age. I was really lucky in the 3rd grade to have a teacher who recognized that I was super shy with my peers, but that I had something to say. So she gave me pencil and paper and asked if I'd write stories about puppets we had in our classroom. And so I did, and everything sort of came gushing out. And that's when my parents and I started to realize how comfortable I felt expressing myself through writing. And to this day, it's funny, but I feel a lot more confident with the written word than I do with sharing my thoughts out loud like we are right now. But yeah, fast forward post-college, I will speed through this because I know we need to get to Lindsay, but just to set the context, I was working in tech and was really craving more of a creative outlet again. And so I started writing personal short stories and invited other women to join me in that practice, which is when I launched Dove Story, which Rachel mentioned earlier, which was a storytelling platform for women around the world. And it was really through Dove Story that I realized how much purpose I found in sharing my story and helping others connect with each other as well as themselves through their stories. There is no playbook for friendship or career change or our relationships with our bodies, or these sort of confusing things that we go through in life. But I think when you open up a book or an article, or you watch a movie and someone's putting words or visuals or sound to what you're feeling, you realize that you're not alone. And I think that's the power of story. So that's why I'm here.
I love it. And I'm Lindsay. So I'm CEO and co-founder of a marketing technology platform called Casted. As an the audio and video content marketing platform made for enterprise marketing teams. One of the professionally reasons that meaningful conversations is so important to me is that we're aiming to put those conversations and authenticity kind of at the center of marketing strategies. But so much more importantly, for me, as a leader, authenticity, and especially being a woman leader in tech, walking that line of authenticity and finding my voice in this role and how loud I want it to be, has been something I've been navigating throughout my career. And then personally, authenticity and really boldly finding my voice, boldly being myself, when, throughout my life, and I know I'm not alone, getting all kinds of feedback, air quotes, feedback about, you're too this, you're not enough of that, you need to be more this way, you need to be more that way. That's criticism about, who I am, and who we are as people, not about our work. And so that's something that I've been navigating throughout my career too, and that it's just so important to me. It has been to find my own voice throughout all of that, and to also help others through navigate that process and really stand up as who they are. So I'm excited to be here with this amazing group of women to have this conversation.
So it's really interesting, actually. I wrote something down about this, Paloma, you mentioned this purpose you find in sharing your story. And as women, a lot of times we're told that it's not appropriate to share. We should self-regulate when we are young in our careers. A previous panelist, Vix, talked about, I was confident in my 20s, but not comfortable. And that defined me in a nutshell. What you saw outside was, here I am ready to go into the boardroom, and I was literally dying inside with an eating disorder. And so I guess I'm curious for each of you, what was that critical moment, the before and after, where you were like, I'm feeling something, I feel like I might need to share it, I feel like there might be a voice that needs to hear it on the outside. But what was that moment when you were like, you know what, this is when I'm going to start sharing it with the world?
Go first. So I had this moment, and I remember because it was on New Year's Eve. Now, I can't remember if it was 2016 going into 2017 or 2017 going into 2018, but I know it was a few years ago, and it was on New Year's Eve that as I was talking about, had this pent up energy, I guess, from years. It was school, and then it was early career. And then I became a parent, and it was like mom, life, work balance, and who I should be, and not how I should be working, not how I was performing, but who I should be based on what other people thought. And, in the context of this panel, what my voice should be, what it should sound like, how loud it should be, what I should be saying, how I should be using it. And I don't know what exactly the straw was that broke the camel's back, but I was done. And I was like, look, everything that's gotten me here has been, the common thread has been me. And, there were people that were for me. There were people that thought they were for me, but really weren't helping me. And the one common thread was me. And I need to start believing in myself and boldly be myself. And I think that was the moment that I really, something clicked. And I was able to kind of find my voice, so to speak.
That's really cool. For me, it's been a weird journey. I've always drawn I started off always drawn privately. I always kept a journal or a sketchbook and writing down my feelings, not really thinking that anyone should see them. And I had to, how do I start this? I wanted to go to college and I didn't want to pay for it, basically. So I entered a scholarship contest. It was basically, the whole theme was define your future, and how do you see your future, or how could we better our future as humans. And I remember in that moment, I was living in Panama, actually. I'm also a Panamanian as well as from the States. And I was living in Panama and I was constantly being catcalled. And I just made a series about how catcalling sucks and how I just want to be a person that can walk down the street without anyone looking at me or anything. Just let me be a person. And that series ended up going somewhat viral, outside of my control. And so a part of me was like, cool, I have this voice and I guess I have it here. Did I find it? Maybe. And yes, I think that's sort of how I started being more boldly out loud, through the encouragement of winning the scholarship to go to university, to study graphic design, and then also receiving such a positive and many ways negative sort of feedback from many people. I was like, maybe it's important for me to speak my truth and say what I feel, even if it's a little uncomfortable for me to live in this way. So that's a little bit about me.
For me, I have to think about this, but one moment that stands out is I think it was 2015. I went to go listen to a woman named Brene Brown speak in San Francisco.
Yeah.
We have some heads shaking or nodding. She's a social scientist. Yeah, I love her as well. Social scientist and storyteller. And she said she was speaking about her work around vulnerability and shame. And she said something along the lines of, like, how ironic is it that when you meet somebody, you want to come across as sort of like put together and perfect as possible, but you want to see their imperfections because that's so much more trustworthy. And to me, that was, this was back in 2015. I mean, Instagram is still popular, but I was in my earlier 20s and was more active on Instagram and was like, where are all these stories in between? Like, where is that imperfection? And that's a much more common like conversation today, but I think that's what inspired me to share a little bit more of my world and to work with others to share theirs.
Amber, I want to give you a chance to answer this.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, I would say that for me, it's like I'm still going through the steps of trying to find my overall voice. But what I will say is that there was a point for me in one of my past positions where I would notice that, I would do certain things and make sure I document my progress throughout my career to make sure that, hey, I'm meeting my marks for my performance reviews. But then I felt like, no one was seeing these things, or I felt like, something was being missed in translation. So I was constantly getting criticized for things I was really doing. And, just understanding that in certain positions that you're in, you're never going to be doing what they want exactly. And just knowing that, as long as you safeguarded yourself and you've documented everything, you're fine. You're doing what you need to do. I think I kind of woke up one day and I was like, you know what? Whatever. There's no reason to cry about this. There's no reason to keep trying to kind of shape shift yourself to be likable to different people, because you're going to keep stressing yourself out that way. And you can only do as good as you are trying, and just put your best foot forward and someone will like it at the end of the day. So I think, constantly receiving feedback and then kind of taking a step back and realizing where it was coming from, that it may not have been maybe the most effective person on the other end. It kind of made me feel a bit better to kind of flip that switch on and realize, hey, you're doing all right. Like, believe in yourself. You're fine. Keep going. So, yeah.
I love that.
I love what we're talking about here is, and I'm going to call bullshit on something, which is the title, right? Finding your voice, as though it is something to grab and then be like, I own this. Like, I think that's
found it.
Actually, yeah, exactly. Here it is. This is my voice. Here's my microphone. I'm saying it. So I'm gonna call bullshit on myself because I named this panel, and I meant it more in the like passive sense of being like, wow, hi me. Like I am presenting myself to the world in a way that feels good to me. But I also think that, like, let's talk about that bullshit, right? Let's talk about the sense that suddenly you, and I think for a lot of you, right, you had these moments where it was like, and now I'm viral. And now the world thinks they know all about me. And this is my voice. And someone else gets to tell me what's important about my voice, or what they like or what they don't like. And so I'm curious to kind of play in that in between, Paloma, to use your words, right? Where you've bared yourself to the world, you've started to embrace who you are. And now the public decides that they get to have an opinion and they get to tell you, what's right. And so, Debbie, I know we've talked about this, and I'm curious to hear from you first and then let others chime in.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a really weird experience, especially because I went from sort of drawing in private to submitting something for a contest to then, it was not an expected turnout in this way. And for many years, I mean, I started going to college and I was struggling a lot financially. And so clearly I was like, cool, this is an opportunity to make some money, make that coin. I mean, it is what it is. And so then when I sort of like realized, like, every time I express like a bold feeling that, someone sort of connects to, that leads me to think like, cool, I can transform this into something. This can be a product, a print, like a pin, something. And so this cycle just kind of turned me for many years into kind of commodifying my feelings in a way. And I never really understood that I was doing that until I was finally more financially stable. It was like the exchange of like my feelings for money. And it's sort of like why it was a little tricky for me when I was thinking about this panel, because I feel like I'm starting to find my voice now. Even though I've been sort of like professionally an illustrator for about like maybe 6 or 7 years. My illustrations went viral in 2015. It was like a very different time. And through basically finding financial stability and starting to go to therapy, because therapy is a privilege and I could not afford it for many years, I started realizing that I was like packaging my traumas into like very nice little packages. Like, here's something that happened to me. It sucked, but here it is. It's going to be okay. And will you buy this print? Because it's going to be okay. Because I need to pay for my food and I need to pay for my rent. And it became kind of like a vicious cycle for some time. So I think being able to understand that social media and your audience is it's a two-way relationship, of course, because I'm very grateful and I'm always thankful that people even care about anything that I have to say or do. But I think it shouldn't be something that defines exactly where my next steps are. It shouldn't define that, I have to be posting something every day. Sometimes as a digital illustrator too, people assume that you have an iPad and you can just make something in a day and you should just be constantly this sort of content creation machine. And it's really not. Like, I'm like here trying to process my feelings and process trauma, but like, it's like, then I'm like trying to sell. It's like super weird. And I've only been able to start coming outside of that wheel now. So it's I don't know if I answered your question, Rachel. I went on a little tangent there.
No, I mean, it's fucking exhausting. Sorry for cursing, but like,
No, you're
that's
good.
draining. And I mean, I would say like Amber and Lindsay as female CEOs, right? Lindsay, like, I found you through a viral LinkedIn post, right? And so immediately I was like, oh, I have this opinion of someone. She's a badass. And now that I know you, I think I can say that with complete confidence. But it's like, I guess Amber and Lindsay, as females, as business owners, as your own personal branding machine, like, how do you deal with those boundaries, that exhaustion, that feeling of like, you have to be a content creation machine in order to keep your brand alive?
Yeah, my number one word of this month is outsourcing. I cannot do it. Like, while I'm trying to, I guess, propel my baby, my org, and, make that something that is going to be sustainable for years to come, I have to feed that baby by my full-time job. And there's literally no way I can do that all by myself. So, one thing that I do for myself in this moment, or to help me focus on finding my voice, is actually outsourcing that work, and bringing on people who are better or more specialized in areas that we need help in. Because I think I read a post where someone was like, you can try to do everything by yourself, but it's not going to get you as far as actually hiring people who are knowledgeable about the areas that you need the most help in. Because I'm not an SEO expert. I'm not a marketing expert. I'm not a branding expert. Sometimes I want to cuss when I tweet. I don't want to be judged for it, but as a CEO or the face of your company, or you work for a fairly established fintech company, you have people who are like, maybe you shouldn't post that. Or, it's just a constant toggle, right? But, as things get better, as you gain more experience and you kind of just wake up that one day and you're like, you know what? Whatever. Forget it.
Yeah.
I'm going to do what I want today.
It's so true. And I think adding to that, you know, authenticity is so important. And I go through, like, look, I've been a marketer my whole life. Like, you know how many times, you know how many times, good, bad, or otherwise, I was tasked with trying to make something go viral. Like, do you know how many times? And then I was sitting in the orthodontist's office, all masked up while my kid was getting like work done. And I typed out the post that you saw, Rachel, and that went viral. And then it was like, what do I do now? And so I think we should ourselves to death, whether that's about this question or anything else. Like now I have somebody turned up the volume on my voice. Like, what do I do now? Like there's this pressure to go do something with it. Something, you know, how am I going to fuel my business? How am I going to use this for good? How can I turn up the voices of others? And all I know, I don't know if I have an answer for that, but like I go through waves, and there's times where I post almost nothing. Like literally I post about something that I'm doing, or like so excited to do this, or I reshare something. And then there's other times where like I went through a phase a few months ago where I was posting little videos all the time and just like a thought of the day. And like once you get into that thought, or into that process, it's really easy to see those moments and opportunities to share something. But like we're human, right? And I think once you start getting into those, like, what do I do with it, and shoulding yourself to death, that's where it just gets so hard. And it's like, you know, that's not, like you said, Amber, it's whatever, you know, and what's this really for? And I think when you try to get in the mindset of like, what's this for? How can it help? That's where good things happen. And there's going to be droughts, and there's going to be peaks and valleys. But that's where the authentic good stuff comes in.
So Paloma, I know that, well, I've known Paloma for years, and I know that she's a beautiful writer because I have read so much. And even when I asked you, Paloma, to be on this panel, you wavered. And I want to kind of dig into that a little bit, about that sense of like your passion being writing, but then how that translates to your role as storyteller and advocate for others, and that feeling of maybe like, am I doing justice? Am I an imposter? And so I want to kind of play in those words a bit.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'd love to go back to what you said earlier about calling bullshit on the phraseology, like finding your voice, giving voice to others, but primarily finding your voice. And then I'll answer your questions. Of course. As we go through this. But yeah, I used to use that language a lot, finding your voice. But I try to stay away from it now, because it doesn't feel, I think we've all sort of dabbled on this a little bit, but it doesn't feel accurate to me anymore. And it feels like a lot of pressure. You sort of spoke about this earlier, Rachel, but like if we break it down, finding implies that there's something that exists outside of you that you need to go looking for. It also implies like a sense of finality, like there's an end to the journey. I think, Lindsay, you mentioned this earlier. So like once it's found, then what? And I don't love that permanence anymore, because my voice has evolved a lot. And it was really challenging for a while to come to terms with that evolution, because it was at one point really celebrated for something. So there's this question of like, will you all still love me if my voice has changed, sort of thing. So I like the idea that, you know, first our voice exists within us, and second, it's ever evolving. And then voice often makes me, at least, I don't know about you all, but makes me think about something that we say out loud, right? Like something that's broadcasted. But when you think about people who have found their voice, they're often like, Debbie, you mentioned earlier that you started illustrating for yourself. Like a lot of people find their voice through a more private practice. That's not to say that there isn't value in broadcasting, but I think it's really important to remember that our voices don't have to be broadcasted to be valuable. Especially in today's sort of like confessional social media culture, like you talked about, Debbie, with, you know, your feelings. So if I were to like rewrite, I think that's why initially I was a little bit uncomfortable when I read the title of this panel, but I'm really happy we talked about it, Rachel, because yeah, if I were to reframe it, it's like explore and express your perspective is how I think about it. But in terms of advocating for others and like imposter syndrome, I definitely see it as my role to help others tell their stories. But it is very, very important to me that it's their perspective being shared and not my own. I think we get into a lot of trouble with that, with journalism and brands telling stories on behalf of creators and athletes and artists and whatever, right? So it's really important to me when I'm working on a story with another person that I'm paying close attention to interview questions and making sure they feel comfortable along the way. I have imposter syndrome sometimes when it comes to the idea that I'm like a thought leader. Again, like thought leader, find your voice. Like some of this phraseology makes me uncomfortable. And so when you think of a panel like this, like that makes me a bit uncomfortable because I have my experience, but am I a thought leader? Like, I don't know. And maybe somebody else can, you know, share their perspective on that. But the question that I do ask myself when it comes to helping people tell their stories is, am I the right person to help you tell your story? And I think that's a healthy question to ask, but I don't think that has to do with imposter syndrome. It's just about, do you want me to help you share your perspective, or might there be somebody else you're more comfortable with? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, let's go bullshit on this whole panel because I think it's so true. Like it's, you're just showing that. Like I hate that word. I'm sorry if Typeform's gonna kill me. I hate that word, thought leader, right? Like I hate words that imply privilege, right? Your voice matters more. You deserve the podium. You deserve to be on stage. It's like, fuck that shit. It's really about, I think what the kind of ethos of this panel, right, was you are coming to terms with the person that you are, and there is such beauty and there's such power in appreciating yourself and saying like, I am worth it. I am worth the voice that I have and the voice that I share. And I guess I'd just love to talk about, like, you know, on one hand, right, we are all at a stage in our life where we feel comfortable speaking up, and we weren't there. And I think that there's a lot of people, women, you know, we're all women, so I'm going to say women, but it's really all people that are younger and don't know how to express themselves and don't even know how to find that personal outlet. And I guess I'm just curious, like, let's play in that space where it's like, no, I'm not a thought leader. I just say what I feel, and sometimes it gets picked up, sometimes it resonates. But then also, like, how would you talk to someone who's just struggling and doesn't feel like they have a right or a worth, you know, yet or ever?
That's a good question. I think, yeah, we're all like, It's interesting because I think, I don't know. I wish I knew, because I think that my life would have been a lot different if I hadn't had to push through and struggle through. And like you said at the beginning, Rachel, really push through my 20s, like smiling on the outside, achieving on the outside, and like feeling like a imposter and depressed and hollow inside. But I think more conversations like this. I mean, okay, this sounds cliche and it sounds cheesy because I'm like bringing it back to the name of the event, which is meaningful conversations. But like the more connection that we have with other people, which I know for me has really suffered this last year because I haven't had connection with people. And as an introvert, a very social introvert, I have gone into my hole and like put my head down and started working. And I noticed that authenticity and that boldness and that vulnerability and bringing that out of other people suffers. Like that is one of the candles that goes out first. And so I think the more that you're right, we all have gotten to this place, and through a lot of strife, you know, I don't wish those experiences that a lot of us have shared on people, but like, that's what got us here. And I know, you know, we all have the ability through conversations like this to bring, you know, shed light, bring things out of the darkness, and to make it that much more okay and comfortable for other people to have conversations. I think that's really, really important, because it's really easy to say like, go find your voice or boldly be yourself, which is what I say all the time. And that works for me. But like, unless we are out there and saying, okay, here's how, and here, like, this is a safe place, and here's another event, and here's another conversation, and here's a group, and here's, a Zoom invite, whatever it may be, the more we can make it okay. It sounds so like woo-woo, but I really, that's the beginning, right?
I think that you make a good point, Lindsay, about that, because I know, like, ever since I was in college, my mom, she was a prominent lobbyist in DC for a lot of years. She works in cybersec now, as a senior executive. And then my dad, he's an engineer. So, like, them being in these spaces, they're, prepping and priming me. I'm the only child to be like perfect. Don't share downfalls. You come on time, you show up great. You don't let anything phase you. You don't share this, that, and the third. But I think, we've been prepped and primed wrong. And the fact that we're supposed to be these pretty little robots that never make mistakes. But, we're all humans, right? And humans do make mistakes. And when the more that we normalize CEOs telling their true, story of, I might have been in a privileged space, but I did fail along the way, right? And there could have been a lot of times where I could have failed out of where I am, but I just kept pushing. Or, I didn't come from a privileged space and I had to really struggle my way up, but this is how I did it. I think there's not as much transparency around that, or if it is, you have to be in paid mastermind groups to get that. So to have more of these kind of conversations normalized really helps kind of calm that imposter syndrome feeling, so to say. Yeah. And that's what I try to do through my org. I'm not exec at a Fortune 500 company, right? But I do have some experience in running my own org and having these positions at such a young age as an engineer. It's taught me a lot of valuable information. So anything I can share to someone behind me or younger than me, I'm definitely going to do it.
Yeah.
One thing I'll add to that, and I think we talked about this the last time, or the first time us five touched base, but is, to your question, Rachel, around what would we say to younger individuals who are looking to get comfortable with expressing their voices, I would say what my mom says to me often for different things, which is like, start small. And I will go back to Brene Brown, who inspires absolutely all of my life. But she also talks about the importance of your audience, and like, there's the question of what do you want to say, but equally as important, there's the question of how and to whom. And so when you have something that you want to express, like we talked about this when we spoke last week, I have a very close friend who's been going through some hard things. And she said to me, like, I would like to write about it and I would like to share, but I'm feeling a bit paralyzed. And I said, like, start small, like, write it down for yourself. And then maybe if you feel comfortable, like, send an email to your 5 closest friends. Again, going back to that idea of like not having to broadcast for it to be valuable. I think starting small is really important.
I totally agree with what you're saying, Paloma, with starting small, because I think that it's really great to be transparent, but I think you also have to be ready to be transparent. You have to be ready to share your feelings and also carry the weight of them too. Because although we want to connect with others, we also don't want to just be defined by a moment in time that maybe we found our voice in that moment, but our voices, change over time. So I would probably advise something along those lines. I mean, I don't have the perfect answer, but I would definitely say something around being first processing that feeling for yourself, being okay with it, because as you start sharing it, you have to be okay with that. Like, you have to be able to sit with that feeling and sit with your struggles and everything you've overcome, because it's great to share and to connect with people too.
Yeah, it's interesting because I guess, this whole notion of finding your voice, it doesn't have to be broadcast, right? We're talking about broadcasting. And I think if there's a misconception about this panel, let's cut it out, which is like, finding your voice doesn't mean going on Instagram and being like, hey world, these are my feelings. Like finding your voice can just be like recognizing within yourself that you are feeling things or you are ignoring yourself. And so, I think about like just that moment in my life where I was like, I am a fraud. This is something that I talk about a lot with. I now share a lot, but actually the reason that I share is because it's part of my recovery. Like the only way that I've come to terms with being in full recovery from my eating disorder is that I have to hold myself accountable. I have to share things because I spent 10 years lying to everyone I knew, my parents, my partner, my colleagues, my best friends. And so to me, that voice wasn't like, I went out on Instagram and I was like, y'all, I have an eating disorder and I'm in recovery. It was like, holy shit, I'm about to die if I don't take care of myself. And I need to like recognize what's real in here. And so I guess as we kind of start to wrap up this panel, what are the things that you do for each of you, not for anyone else, to just take care of yourself and take care of that voice? And I don't want to be like, what self-care rituals do you have? But like, like we come into this world alone, we die alone. Like we have to get to be our own advocates, to take care of ourselves. And so what are some of the things that each of you does to just, like soothe yourself and remind yourself that you're worth it?
I'll start because I think the self-care thing, there's some basics that again, shoulding yourself to death. And I'm an achiever. I think a lot of people, probably all of you, can relate to that, where, I didn't even really fully realize. I went through this whole thing with this group of women leaders called Rise and Thrive, and learned a lot about it, and like kind of committed and thought that I was committing to like sleeping more and taking care of myself. But like really what taking care of myself has meant, if I'm honest, like you said, Rachel, if I'm honest with myself, throughout my career has meant pre-pandemic, it was getting up at 4:30 in the morning and going to work out and then coming home and then leaving and getting to work early and then coming back, like, and cooking a good meal for like myself and my kids and like doing all these things that felt healthy, right? But then one thing that the pandemic has taught me is that, like how much different my life is when I'm sleeping. Basics. And we know these things, we do, but when you actually ask, like, what are you doing for yourself? There are times where I something that was never natural to me, like my alarm goes off and I'm like, I'm tired. And once in a while I sleep more, and just basic things like that, which is, that's defining your voice. Some of that is listening to your own voice, listening to your own body, which I think a lot of women in particular can get into that. I should. And we're taught that, like, I should do, this is good, this is bad. Should eat this, shouldn't eat that. Should, get up at this time, should work out. And yeah, a lot of those things are healthy and are good for us. But like at the same time, why, like, where should it fit in? And what does healthy actually look like? For me, it came at the cost of a lot of stress, so much that I didn't fully realize it until some of the things started to unwind, due to the pandemic. And so to me, it's some of the just basic things, and listening to my own body and my own needs.
For me, it's, sorry, go ahead, Amber.
No, it's fine. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
For me, it's been a little bit of listening to myself and also knowing when to ask for help. That's actually something that I struggle with personally, is actually listening to myself, like knowing like, oh man, I feel like shit, but you know what? It's all good. Like I can just keep going. I don't, it's okay. So it's like simple things for me are that it's like listening to that feeling of, yeah, I feel really bad today, and then adding an action of, maybe I feel bad, so I don't want to make breakfast for myself. So I asked my partner, can you make coffee today? Because I don't want to get out of bed right now. Or just like being able to take a day off of work if for some reason I'm just like not having a great day. Just like listening to myself in that way, asking for help, become part of like a self-care ritual. And then also celebrating even like small wins for me as I'm kind of going through my mental health journey. And I feel like I'm also in recovery on certain things. It's like celebrating little things that are important for me also really help. I also do have like general practices, like, I'll journal and I'm sketching a ton. And I think part of that too is placing a boundary on social media, knowing what I should share and what I shouldn't share, is also really helpful for me to have that boundary. So I think those are maybe general practices that I follow for myself.
Awesome. Yeah, I think you said one that really, it really almost took what I had to say, to be honest. And it was actually knowing when to ask for help. So like, if you've ever worked in the tech industry, you know that being self-sufficient is one of like the top skills you could ever have. I'm not sure if that's the same in any other industry, but you're like applauded for being self-sufficient. The less help you need, the more work you get done, the more valuable you are. So like feeling comfortable asking for help, and then, while also not feeling incompetent, right? And then also, trusting other people to help you. So like that was a big thing for me. I'm a perfectionist, so much so that it could cause more than life. And I know like in my business, I have a certain vision and I want to execute that vision. But if I can't trust other people to help me execute that, then I'm going to fail anyways. So it's a need. So, just practicing trusting other people to help me and understanding that it's okay to ask for help are like two of the main self-care items for me. It's definitely helped a lot with my mental health for sure.
Outsourcing, asking for help.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a big one for me too. I think two others I'll add are number one, like finding forums, even if they're just one-on-one, like finding forums for expression that aren't related to like work or like creativity. So for example, like every other Thursday morning now, this might sound like it's related to work, but it doesn't feel like it. I meet with a group of freelancers, because I was a freelancer for a time, and we just talk every other Thursday morning about life, and it is about work challenges, but just being able to talk, like, again, whether it's a group like that or in therapy, if you're able to have a therapist, or with your partner or your parents, like I do find that that's really helpful. It sounds sort of basic, but then the other is just walking for me. I think one of you mentioned, maybe it was Lindsay, like quieting the mind. For me, when I walk is when my mind is quiet and like all the inspiration comes and I feel energized as it relates to my voice and my perspective. And so walking is another big one for me.
Well, thank you all so much. I will share it. For me is I tell people that I love them. It's an accountability metric because I tend to isolate when I get depressed and I tend to turn inward. And I realize how valuable my relationships are to keep me sane and safe. And so just reminding people that I care about them and that I love them. And I think that word is really important. I am filled with a lot of love for all of you. And thank you for this wonderful conversation. I'm not going to say the name of the panel because screw that. Women talking about themselves and their feelings. We'll call it that. Thank you all. It is an honor to be with you all. And I will see you all soon. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Well, awesome. In case you didn't know it, you have a voice. That was really, I really appreciated that conversation. And we're moving along here. We're excited. We've got a little treat for you all. If you didn't attend yesterday's event, this will be brand new for you, but here's a small taste of an awesome short film series called Shift. And I wanted to say a big thank you to the team that actually helped develop this. David Leon Fina, the director, Elena Santin, the editor, and Martin Temersa, the creative director. And there's more to come. So please keep an eye out and follow along on all socials to see when the full episode drops. But here's a little trailer for you to enjoy.
Lanzarote, cada vez que la veo en un documental, me sorprende, ¿no? Porque tienes el negro del volcán, tienes el amarillo del Jable, tienes esas playas que parecen paradisíacas, sino que también pues eso mismo, ¿no? Hemos visto cómo en esta semana han caído unas lluvias y ahora ya se está cubriendo la isla de verde. Mi nombre es David Fernández Carrasco, soy de aquí de la isla, tengo 25 años y bueno, estudié ingeniero agrónomo en Madrid. También hice un máster de viticultura y enología por el tema de que la isla es el sector principal en agricultura, el sector primario. Machinda empezó hace 2 años de la mano de 2 empresarios de la isla y viendo eso, que era posible que la agricultura se volviera a retomar de la misma manera que lo era antes.
Yo desde pequeñito he estado inculcado en esto, en la agricultura, pues vi que era un proyecto ilusionante en temas ecológicos. Digo, pues como yo no había hecho nunca nada ecológico, pues voy a intentar a ver cómo sale eso. Y la verdad que, pues eso, la agricultura es lo que nos une.
Awesome. So we hope you enjoyed that trailer, and we're really hoping you're excited to see more. So again, please follow along on socials and to see when the full episode is going to be released. All right. So let's talk about the elephant in the room a bit, shall we? In case you may have forgotten, it's been a pretty wild and strange year. And of course, I'm talking about the pandemic that none of us were really fully prepared to deal with. But for some, during this unprecedented time, it was an opportunity. It presented an opportunity to launch a business. And so I'm super stoked to hear all about the challenges and wins. And so with great honor, I'm really excited to introduce this next group of panelists. Our moderator, who's going to be introducing each of the joiners. So we want to welcome again Rachel to the stage.
Hello.
Rachel, fancy seeing you here.
I know. And it's funny because I am such an imposter. I didn't launch a business during the pandemic. And I mean, I'm so excited to talk with other business owners. But unfortunately, Liz, our moderator, is not feeling well. But please check out her businesses, Liz Ray & Co. She's an amazing typeformer and efficient. But yes, I cannot wait to introduce, let's talk about G's. They were like, yes, it's a global pandemic, unforeseen activities. I'm going to launch a business now because that's the logical thing to do. So this is what we're calling a no holds barred conversation. So we're not just going to be talking about like, oh, I'm a CEO and that's amazing. It's going to be like, and I'm dealing with some things too. So first up, we have Sydney Arkin. She is the founder and kingpin or queenpin of Bad Walters Bootleg Ice Cream. Hey, Sydney.
Hey, Rachel. Yeah, you pretty much nailed it.
Thanks. We'll talk about your business in a little bit. Next up, we have Mario Bertorelli. He is the co-founder of ATM.app. We've got Kirti Khanna. She is the founder and CEO of Conscious Culture Coffee and Soul Care House. We have Rita McDonald-Korth. She is the co-founder and CEO of Circle. And last but certainly not least, we have Summer Taylor. She is the founder of Shine Lab Co. Hello, and first let me say thank you to all of you business owners for making time during your very busy days for this. Let's get into it. Each of you, maybe in the order that I introduced you, tell us, what's your business? And also why? Why did you launch this business in the middle of a pandemic? What was going on in your life where you were like, yep, that's what I need to do right now? So Sydney, we'll kick it off with you.
As Rachel said, I run an ice cream company. It's based out of Oakland, and I was a creative director actually at an ad agency before I started Bad Walters. But like many people in the pandemic, I was laid off and had a moment where it's like, this is my time to figure out if I'm really passionate about my job. And I decided I wasn't, but I did find a new passion in the pandemic of making it. So that's how I got to where I am.
Mario, what about you?
Yeah, hi, I'm Mario. I'm calling from Amsterdam. So as you can see, it's a bit dark out here already. I'm one of the founders of Atium. We build software and games specifically to help remote teams have human connection. And before doing this, I was working as a freelance digital marketer. And one of the things that I experienced was that also partially working remotely, but also the freelancer was just very hard to feel connected to your team. And when the pandemic happened, and also everybody started to work remotely, I started Atium to try to help on that front.
Go Mario! My name's Kirti, and I am the founder of Conscious Culture Coffee and Soul Care House. The pandemic was a blessing in disguise for my life personally. I was able to finally slow down and really focus on the things that I loved, and one of those was coffee. Ethically sourced organic coffee coming from the right places around the world, and also building an online virtual community that's intentional and here for the people and the planet. So did this because pandemic hit, didn't have a coffee shop to go to, and it made me really question what my practices were. And then my big dreams and goals are to have beta cities around the world, and why not start online with the right group of people? So that is why I started right in the pandemic. Rita, off to you.
Thank you, Kirti. Hi, everyone. My name is Rita, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Circle, also COVID Loan Tracker. COVID Loan Tracker is sort of a small business community that sort of grew out of the pandemic. Myself is an entrepreneur, so when the pandemic hit and then the government introduced some of these loans like PPP and EIDL, we applied for them, and then we had no information, so we created a survey on a website, and we asked everyone else, every other small business owner, entrepreneur, how is the application and the process is going for them. So that's how everything started for me and us. That grew into a sort of a big community now. And then we had the community, so then we sort of, from all the conversation, kind of came up with an idea, which is Circle, a small business health app that basically helps entrepreneurs and business owners, established or new business owners, to kind of have an easy, fun way understand how their business is performing and track it very easily, whether they are from a financial background or not, they are creatives or So, and we are launching soon, and so we are very excited to share this with everyone else. Summer, up to you.
Thanks, Rita. Hi, I'm Summer. I'm the founder of Shine Lab Co. Shine Lab Co. is an eco-friendly, customized candle company. And the way we do this is through our online quiz, where we get to know you, your preferences, your likes, your dislikes, and you even get to name the candle yourself. We're based out in LA originally, and I recently just made a move to New York and experiencing the life here. How I came up with this idea was because I originally had wanted to send my friends and families candles, but I wanted to make it extra special. When I thought of certain friends, I thought of specific scents and I wanted to name the candle after them. And it was a project I had actually been working on for a while before the pandemic even started. But then when the pandemic hit, I remember those first 2 weeks, it was kind of, the world went quiet for a bit. And I thought to myself, I think it's now or never. I want to work on this and I really want to get it out. And just, I don't care if it's not perfect, I'll learn on the way, but just get it out there, see what happens. And I think at the time, because of the pandemic, there was something about sending customized candles online to your friends and family that was able to allow you to reconnect at a time where we were all at home and a little disconnected from everyone. So thank you.
Thanks to all of you. So I guess this is called Meaningful Conversations, and a lot of what's inherent in that phrase is authenticity, and maybe a bit of transparency. So I guess I want to rewind. For each of you, that's a different moment in time, but let's go back to that moment right when you were starting to think about doing this. Like, now you've all been business owners for a month, a year, and it feels like, okay, I'm seasoned, I got this. But like, let's talk about when you were like, oh, okay, I think I'm going to do this. Like, what was happening either in the world, in your life? Like, I think quite a few of us had those oh shit moments. Like, I was unemployed at the start of the pandemic. I had left a job and I was actively interviewing. And then in literally 3 days, all of my offers were like put on hold. And I was like, holy shit, I'm going to be unemployed and the world is ending. And so I guess, fortunately, I got another job. I didn't start a business. But like, I guess I'm curious for all of you, like, what was going on when you were like, okay, I think I'm going to do this?
I know for me, basically, so I come from advertising, and when the pandemic hit, everybody pulled their ad dollars. We know now everybody was watching more content. There was more time for advertising in terms of broadcast, but and also we're all scrolling on Instagram all day, every day. Plenty of ad opportunities. That being said, a lot of spend is on out of home. And also, of course, these businesses are now not getting traffic. They don't know what's going on. So the first thing that always goes on hold is marketing. I had started my new job January 5th. And so the pandemic, I think we started quarantining March 1st. That's when they said, don't worry about coming to the office. And then San Francisco went into quarantine around the 15th. So we were a little ahead of the curve. But basically, because of not knowing my team, I had 4 hires I was supposed to make. I now got that whittled down to 1. Everything that was crazy about the pandemic and having to work over Zoom, which is absolutely miserable. And yeah, the job was not what I had expected. Of course, things change, but it also made me realize, like, am I actually happy doing this? It was something I've always wanted to do. My parents were in advertising. I remember going to set with them when I was a kid, and it was like my absolute dream job. And after doing it for 10 years, I was like, I don't know if I actually like this. I wonder if there's any other options. So that started basically like immediately. And then I started making ice cream in quarantine. I needed a hobby, and that's the one I chose. And I just fell in love with it. And as time went on, come September, I realized, like, my health was failing because I was so stressed about my job and I was so miserable. I wasn't sleeping. I just had a plethora of problems, and I knew that it was going to kill me if I kept going. So I basically told them, this is not the job you had hired me for. I think I'm too expensive for what you want. And they agreed, and they laid me off. And I took my severance and decided to take off some time and figure out what the fuck to do with my life, or if I really did want to go back to advertising. And then a friend of mine was like, why don't you try selling your ice cream? It's really good. And he was somebody who had transitioned into the food business a few years prior from a very similar job to mine. And I was like, sure, why not? What else am I doing with my life right now? And 1 week later, I started selling. And after that first week, I was like, oh, I can make this work. I can figure it out.
Anyone else? I know, Kirti and Rita, both of you. I was just gonna say, like, it kind of happened, and then you're like, oh, all right, I got a business on my hands. So maybe talk about that.
So for me, I mean, right before the pandemic hit, I had just taken a position here in Austin, and I was a manager of a health and wellness facility. And holy fuck, was I working insane hours, managing floor. I was doing everything, and I'd come home and I'd ask myself, Kirti, like, you put so much effort and great work ethic into someone else's company, but when it comes to your projects, you drop off, or like you have all the project decks and you haven't executed. And yeah, well, when got laid off, and then it was like, oh my God, how are we making money? How groceries, we can't even leave the house. What is this? And I realized that, like, it's now or never, and I needed to take that work ethic I used for other people and their companies and put it to the dreams that I have and the impact I'd love to create in this world. And it was my own wake-up call of, like, you've got to do this, and you have the time now. We all had the time, and everyone on this panel took the big leap and did it. Like, there's some of our friends who, like, still have those projects and didn't do it. So it was really hard. There was a lot of back and forth in the brain, and because we're like this special breed that actually did it, there's not a lot of us out there, and I'm super proud of ourselves. Rita, what was it like for you?
Well, kind of, similar story to others. I had a retail sort of brick and mortar pop-up business, and pandemic came, things started to shut down. There were nowhere to pop up or no people to go to these stores. So I was thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna take a little bit of break and have a little time. And then this, as I said, in April, this sort of government loan or sort of programs, grants, loans came out, and we applied. And then me and my partner, after a week, it kind of sounds ridiculous, but back then it was the expectation. After a week, we're like, well, there's no information. We haven't gotten anything. What's wrong? So, I used the Typeform survey, created it, put up a website, and, we basically put it up on Reddit and asked people, other small business owners, entrepreneurs like ourselves, please comment, what's your experience? And so, as I mentioned at the beginning, it was, people said, are you guys frauds? Or, what is this? And we had to prove ourselves, and we were worried, like, oh no, this is not what we wanted to do. And so, but then very quickly we got thousands, 10,000s of survey responses, and my days and our days just got 24/7 busy, booked. We could not catch up with anything, and kind of just fall into it, and became sort of like just community and talking to everyone and responding to people and sharing information, what everybody had. And then we started to work with partners, and then we now we are working with the SBA to really give the official good answers, and then we posted all the sort of survey responses, so there was some sort of information out there for everyone to use. And then it kind of, we were in some were featured in some articles, so things got quite busy. And then now, from that on, it was COVID Loan Tracker, the website, and so that's basically not something that's anymore. It's still going on, but the amount of conversations we had. I'm so sorry. Is that my music?
All good.
It was very inspirational, the background music.
Maybe it's me, maybe it's not. So I turned something else. So, from that on, we kind of had so much information from all the other small businesses that we said, oh, wow, we had some ideas. And so then we went into sort of thinking mode. And then that's how we came up with Circle and the Small Business Health app. And it's been quite wild. It was unexpected. It was, it was just, you think you are going to take some time off, but then sometimes things just find you instead of you looking for something. So that's kind of the story of what I went through this pandemic.
Yeah,
I think
I want to. Oh, go ahead, Summer.
Oh, I want to chime in with what Kirti said, which I resonate a lot with. I've always wanted to be a business owner and love starting new projects. And I think a lot of times you're just thinking about the project a lot. And you're like, oh, I always kind of want to do that. But I think when the pandemic happened, there was a time to actually like more free time to yourself where I was like, okay, I want to do this. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to stop like trying to make everything perfect and just saying that I'm thinking about these things since I had been working on it for a while. And I think that mindset had changed with the pandemic and kind of looking at yourself and what you've been doing, which gave me that extra push to just launch and see where it went.
Yeah, I mean,
So, go ahead, Mary.
I mean, I just wanted to say my story actually was sort of similar to Rita's, resonated a little bit with that. But keeping it short, I also, for a while, wanted to start a business. And actually, for me, it was strange timing when the pandemic happened because I had just started this startup generator program where they put together a few different people with different backgrounds and you brainstorm different ideas. And I've been working for around a couple of months actually on a travel idea that was sort of getting into place. And then the pandemic hit, so obviously that completely changed everything. And I looked a little bit at, okay, what are passions do I have that might be a little bit more useful given where the world is in right now? And then one thing led to the other, and eventually 1 year later, here we are with the business still going. So sometimes it's just weird also the different twists that take you there.
So that idea of like, here we are. I mean, I want to create maybe a distinction between like a project, like a passion project. So like, hey, I'm in lockdown. I suddenly have more time. I'm going to take up dance versus like, I'm going to take up a business. So you create a project maybe because you have more time, but then that is your life. That is your vitality, right? Like this is how you earn money right now. For most of you, it is your job. And so how do you deal with that, right? Like I think we are lying to ourselves if we say that after 14 months of being in this pandemic, everyone is fine and in tip-top mental health shape. So how do you deal with the fact that like we are still in the middle of a pandemic, you are launching a business, you are supposed to be like 100% on figuring out how to make this thing work, but also like not at the expense of killing yourself? And so I guess like, and many of you were in very stressful jobs before. And so like, how are you dealing with that?
I can start. I was and still am working my current 9-to-5 while running Shine Lab. It's something I love. I work with my family running our general contracting company. And my dad started the business and he was an entrepreneur. So it's something I've learned a lot from. But for me, I work on that. And then in the evening, I work on my candles until I'm tired, pretty much. But it's been a really cool learning experience because I've continued to want to connect with others, which is why I started candles. So a big part of me is always connecting with my family and friends. I spend a lot of time in the ocean surfing too, which is how I naturally reconnect with myself and learn, problem solve, and become more creative by stepping away from it at times. And I always try to remember why I started my candle company to begin with, because it's something fun and it's something I enjoy doing, and it's a way that I can reach out and share joy to other people around the world and my friends and families just through candles.
For me, it was because it wasn't sort of planned in a traditional way, and it wasn't starting out as a business sort of idea, just a survey, you know. It was a bit different because it got so, you know, everything went so fast that all of a sudden, you know, you have to make sure you're maintaining everything, and then everything has little costs, and then you're kind of get to the point, and you're doing it for free, you know, or, you know, it's your free time. And so you kind of get to the point where you are, okay, well, from somewhere we have to continue this, and then the way we went, it was, you know, finding some investors who can come on and basically help with our idea of circle come to life and make it a reality. And so that was a bit different than, you know, me creating a product that I can actually sell and then have profit from it. So it's a bit of a different story, but, you know, if sometimes you just gotta go with what's available and what makes the most sense. So that was for us the choice and the option.
Rachel, can you refresh the question one more time? Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The question is, like, we are in a moment in time where if your mental health hasn't been compromised even a little bit, like, I think you were lying, right?
Yeah.
Everyone has been impacted. And on top of
Yeah.
that, you add the stress of launching a business. And so how do you find that space? Also, the honesty to check in with yourself, and you're like, is this okay? Like, did I, you know, because I think it's like you've had success with your businesses too. And so it's like, how do you deal with that? That success and that stress, and also being like, okay, and it's still a pandemic. Like, how do you take care of yourself?
So for me personally, it's making the time to check in is huge. For me, my Monday through sometimes even the weekend is jam-packed. The calendar is color-coded with all the different hour blocks, and I work so efficiently in that way. But if my biggest thing for me has been really, Rachel, connecting with your brother. He is my partner, and on the weekends we're able to disconnect and reconnect to one another and really cultivate some really off time away from business. We try to not to talk about any of our side hustles. It's just like, let's ground, let's feel into it, let's have fun. If it wasn't for that and I didn't have that space in my life, I would probably, not that I'm not already maybe a workaholic Monday through Friday, but I'd be a full-time, full-week workaholic, and that's not good. And even within Soul Care House, the whole point is to bring more attention into our inner world so we have a very balanced life. So all in all, for me, it's making the time on the weekends, and like, no matter what, making the time. And it's hard because you want to keep going and you want to do all the to-do list. And then there's like, oh, more things to do, but we take the time off.
I was going to say, I'm so impressed with you guys. Because, to be totally honest, like, I don't. I wish I did. And I know it's terrible. I don't do it. And like, I was a workaholic before, and now I started ice cream in the pandemic because I was like, I need something to keep me sane. And the thing that I started as a hobby is now my job. So what I used to use as the thing to distract me from all my stress is the cause of all my stress. So, it's interesting. my husband's grandfather died last week, and the stress of his family. Sorry if you guys are out there. I love you all so much. But if like the stress of the family, and we're in California and the funeral's in New York, and again, I've got health problems, and what are we gonna do? And it just shut my body down, and it concluded with my husband and me getting into a screaming fight where he's like, "You will kill yourself if you don't take this week off." And I was like, "I can't, it's too late. I've already sold all the ice cream." And he was like, "You wake up in the morning and you see if that's how you still feel." And I slept for 14 hours. And I was like, "Oh, this is my body saying like, you gotta cut this shit out." So I am currently in the process of figuring that out, and would love all of your tips.
Sometimes it's just fun to play your favorite music while you're working and crack open a beer every once in a while.
Yeah. I feel like I'm somewhere in between Sydney and Kirti there, that I have phases. There's some times when I'm very good and I do take time off to recharge a bit, and some other times where I completely go a bit too much into crazy work mode. And I also have my girlfriend telling me off and getting a little bit into arguments. But I think for me, what's been difficult is that already, so it's the first time I went into entrepreneurship, and already that really changes your life entirely, because in a way you have like so much freedom and you can do pretty much whatever you want, but also that makes it much harder, right, to be a little bit more structured. And then it happened at a time, which I guess is what we're talking about, during a pandemic, where already all your routines and rituals were sort of, or a lot of them were gone. For me, at least, I don't know, I like to play, football, soccer with friends, or a few things that I would do on a weekly basis, and those were entirely gone. And you were just at home. And you add to that the fact that, you're like working, at least for me, I'm working most of the time from home. There's just like no boundaries. So what I found is you need to be incredibly disciplined, both in order to be able to work well, but also to take the time to recover a little bit, what you guys were saying, right? That you need to make some time for yourself, where you're just saying, okay, I'm not gonna work now, I'm gonna get away from my computer in my case, and just do something else. But it's hard. I mean, I still find it hard. Some days are good, some days are not.
I just wanted to chime in and say, like, Sydney, for me, those like lowest lows that you just experienced are normally the biggest, of course, wake-up calls, but those are always the situations that make me 10 times stronger as an entrepreneur, and are able to like, okay, everything's wiped clean. How can I now restructure who I am as an entrepreneur? Where do I want to be in 3 years to 5 years? And as far as like health and wellness goes for my body, like what are my boundaries this month, for the next 3 months, year, and how can I strive to be that woman or man that is that? But if it wasn't for those like crazy fucking wanna cry moments that, like, I don't know if we have that such like incredible reflection that we don't normally have when we're go, go, go. So.
Yeah, I will say that even at like my lowest moments in doing Bad Walters, I'm still like, you know what? I'd still rather be doing this.
Yeah.
I really, this panel, this whole event is not about figuring it out. Like, if you think that you have it figured out, I'm going to call bullshit on it. Like, no one, I said this to Sydney after our last conversation. Like, the only time I'll have it figured out is when I'm in the grave. And like, that's what being human is. And I mean that. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing every day. I'm just doing it. But like, I guess one of the things that I just want to talk about quickly, and then we have one final audience question, is like guilt, right? It's a word that I think it's not been spoken aloud, but it's kind of coming up in a lot of things that we're saying. So like, how do you deal with the guilt of being like, I have to work on this business 24/7. Oh no, I have to take care of myself. Like, in those moments, what brings you back to reality?
For me, guilt came in, and everybody experienced this feeling, I believe, very differently. But when things got picked up a lot, and then you can't answer everyone, and you kind of feel like they're not your clients, but your friends, or you care about other people and you want to help, and then it's like you have this guilt, you're not helping them, but you're also overworked and you like going to go crazy, and you feel very exhausted and stressed and want to cry or whatever, want to punch something, I don't know, whoever, depending on personality. But I think kind of just, I don't know, I think these are all healthy sort of feelings. You should reflect, everything you feel should be there. You should reflect on and kind of like put things in perspective. And then once you kind of talk about it with whoever is your support system or you trust, or a random person, who knows, sometimes, just an outsider can give you a good advice. But for me, I kind of learned how to sort of, be there, but then also be there for others, but then be there for basically the company or myself, or, because if you are not healthy or not, in a good place, then how do you expect to help others? So I think that was sort of what I went through in terms of the guilt feeling.
One of my biggest guilts is not responding to people on time. Oh, I've even thought about doing that red message receipt thing on iMessage. It's like keep myself accountable. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get back to you guys. I saw it, but it's hard. It's hard as entrepreneurs and running our own businesses and having 1,000,001 things to do. For me, I've unfortunately put friendships down the ladder, even though that's the one thing I'm calling in this year. So, I mean, just talking about this is a great reflective moment. Yeah, I'm going to reach out to a few friends after this, say hello.
I think also when it's your own business, you put yourself more accountable than I think anyone else would. You add on extra pressure to yourself because you want everything to be perfect. It has your name on it and it's like your baby. So you could work on it to the end of time and it still probably wouldn't be perfect. And I think that's something that I came to terms with, because off the bat in the beginning, I would like, when I first launched, I had so many candle orders coming every day. And I was like, what did I do? I was like, how am I going to pull this off? But then taking it one step at a time and realizing, hey, enjoy the process. Remember why you did this. This is awesome. Be grateful. This is cool that people want to engage in something that you created. And don't take that away by ruining it and making it be like, this has to be perfect. I'm adding all this pressure onto it and taking all that fun from it to begin with. And I think we're never all going to be perfect, but enjoy it while you can.
Totally. That is like so spot on. And on top of that, I'll also say that like, yeah, I mean, I feel so guilty when I sell out and people can't have anything. And then I remember how fucking cool is it that people want to buy ice cream from me? But I mean, also like, none of us are doing brain surgery. Mm-hmm. We're like, at least for me, I'm making a product that makes people happy. Mm-hmm. And so there's like, when I had to push back all my orders last week, not only was the outpouring of love, like so supportive, but also so many people were like, sure, whatever, 1 week, I can wait 1 week. It's such a big deal to me and I feel so awful. And everybody else is like, I had one customer tell me, you shouldn't feel bad about anything. Ice cream makes people happy and it should make you happy. And I was like, yeah, I'm doing this to be happier. It's making everybody else happy. Like, why am I the most anxious one in the room? I mean, I know I'm the most anxious one in the room.
Because it's yours.
Yeah.
I think Sydney and I are in a battle of whose anxiety is higher at the moment. This is throughout our life. This is New York juice at their best.
We're just born with it.
Last question for all of you, and we unfortunately have to make this rapid fire. So first word that comes to your mind, where do you want to be post-pandemic with your business? Maybe a few words, a short sentence from each of you.
I always say I'm building an ice cream empire.
Oh yeah, you are.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mario, what about for you?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think what's been happening is that there are a lot of companies that were remote already before pandemic. Now there's a lot more that will remain remote after the pandemic. And we really think that maintaining connection and building culture will be something that even companies that are going to the office a few days a week will still have to be intentional about. So, I mean, in 1 year from now, we hope to really be helping a lot more teams with our games and our software, and really seeing that it's helping people to have a few more, well, meaningful moments a little bit, actually, like this one, but just for your own team. Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mario. For myself, I would say having a thriving community. I'd love to be able to lead 50 people through the different sectors of their life every month. And as far as the coffee goes, I hope to hit my metrics on subscription sales and be able to actually travel to these biodynamic farms all over the world and tell the story, and just continue to cultivate that forward positive momentum for everything that it is that Conscious Culture and Slow Care House is.
For me, I guess having an awesome team around me for Circle, which means, we were able to prove concept and get, more funding and building the company. And then with that, being able to reach as many small businesses and entrepreneurs to make them use our app so they can keep their businesses healthy, so they never ever, if ever a pandemic or whatever end of the world comes, their business can continue going because they have healthy businesses, it's on good foundation, they can track it, they can monitor it, they can make better decisions. So that is my goal for a year from now.
I think the past year for me has been a lot about learning, pivoting, finding my groove. So this year I'm looking forward to expanding more, making new partnerships, expanding my customer base, and gearing up for the holiday season. And personally, I just want to keep experiencing life and adding more value to myself, and so I can add more value to my company and connecting more with all those around me.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Go do your thing. You are all incredible. Just, man, so brave, so courageous. Remember to take time to be proud of yourself, because what you've done is amazing. And thank you for taking the time out of your crazy hectic schedules to do this. So have
Thanks
a
for inviting
wonderful
us,
rest of your
Rachel.
day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Awesome. Well, that was incredible insight. I always think that it takes a special kind of person to be a business owner, and I would say it takes a certified badass to be a business owner during the pandemic, or to start a business during the pandemic. So kudos to you all. I'm just super motivated by the resilience and really just the overall grind of these entrepreneurs. And so, yeah, thanks so much for sharing. Well, as a reminder, I wanted to just let you know that there's still a couple of workshops left. So be sure and check them out if you haven't already. There's some super awesome topics and great information to be discussed. So feel free to pop in and out of the rooms and just explore a little bit more about the conversations that are happening on the workshops. All right. So this next topic is really near and dear to my heart. And that's, of course, pandemic parenting. And no, not just because I love a good dad joke, but I, as a dad to a wonderfully energetic toddler, I know the struggles firsthand of being a work from home parent. So I'm really excited to hear about all the joys and the battles of balancing work and, all while crushing parenthood. So I wanted to bring our panelists here on the stage at this time. That's going to be Typeformers Brenda Estrada and Alex Ryan. Welcome you all. I'm gonna just list briefly here each of the panelists, but I wanted to give you all the opportunity to give them more of an introduction. But we have Dom Farnan, founder and CEO of .Connect, James Oliver Jr., founder of Parentpreneur Foundation, Joey Katana, senior manager of Eagle Hill Consulting, Sabrina Hassan, product lead at Shopify, and the stage is yours. Moderator, you have what?
All right. Awesome.
Hey everyone, how's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Can you guys hear me okay? I think I'm echoing.
Yeah, we can hear you, Brenda. There's some background noise, but you're all good.
Okay, perfect, cool. So just to give a brief overview, again, we are basically going over our experiences as parents in the pandemic. We all know it hasn't been easy for anyone, but us parents have really taken the brunt of it. So with this in mind, I wanted to take the time to kind of discuss our own experiences. We'll be hearing from our parents, our panelists. Let me see. I'm sorry, I'm had my notes. Now, I know that we've been struggling, and we did mention that we were trying to explain what the pandemic is and why you can't see friends and such to your children, all while managing your own mental health and sanity. So we'll be hearing from our 4 parents, the 2 moms and the 2 dads, our panelists who have been doing this dance for the last year or so. We can't offer perfect tips and tricks, but we can offer the parents and the audience some relief and support. So with that in mind, Alex, did you want to introduce our panelists?
Yeah, for sure. And Brenda, we can probably just introduce ourselves really quickly. Hi, everybody. My name's Alex. I'm the interim manager of customer outcomes here at Typeform. I'm a parent to 4 kids, ages 6 and under. One of those 4 kids was born amidst quarantine, so it has been an adventure. But of course, I love them dearly. So, Brenda, I'll let you introduce yourself before we move on.
So I've been with Typeform for a little over a year. I do have 2 sons. One is 8 years old, so he's asking a lot of questions at the moment. And I also gave birth to a little one in November, so right in the brunt of COVID, no visitors allowed. So that's currently what I'm going through at the moment.
Awesome. All right, then let's go ahead and go through introductions just one by one. Dom, you're first on my list, so why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name's Dom Farnan. I'm founder and CEO of a company called .Connect. We're a talent advisory business, so essentially we are recruiters for a lot of different clients. My son Baxter is 7. He turns 8 in November. He's an only child, so the pandemic for us was particularly interesting. He, left for school last year and for spring break and then never went back. So still kind of unpacking that, but now he's back in school. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. James, I got you next, sir.
Hey everybody, my name is James Oliver Jr. I am the CEO of the Parentpreneur Foundation, where we empower Black parentpreneurs so they can leave a legacy for their beautiful Black children. I'm also co-founder of the world's cutest twins, Zoe and Thaddeus. Come on. Yeah. They're 8 years old, and they started back in school face-to-face last week, and I am super excited. Yes.
Awesome. Go for it, Joey.
Good afternoon, everybody. Joey Katona. I'm here in Washington, D.C., and my wife, Rebecca, and I are the proud parents of 3 young sons. We've got a not quite 5-year-old, not quite 3-year-old, and a 10-month-old. And when I'm not parenting them, I work for a mid-sized consulting firm called Eagle Hill Consulting. I'm a federal contractor, and currently I'm supporting a large engagement with the Department of Homeland Security. So great to be with all of you.
Awesome. And Sabrina, hello.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I'm Sabrina. I'm a product lead at Shopify. I work on our growth team to help build tools that can take somebody who's an aspiring entrepreneur and hopefully give them that nudge into Shopify and just like really empower them to become entrepreneurs. I'm based in Toronto, and I am a mom to two lovely little ones, one who is almost 6 and one who is 10 months old.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for the introductions. We have some questions that we'll walk through as a panel. And like Brenda said, the point of this is not necessarily that we are perfect parents, though I'm sure all of us wish we were, but more so that we just want to be here to kind of talk out in the open about things that have been very, very difficult, especially over the last year, but certainly over the entire life of raising a child, because that is in itself an adventure without a global pandemic happening in the midst of that. So we'll just kind of go through those questions and let the conversation flow as it will, and then also, of course, we have Q&A near the end. So we already kind of did some introductions. So I guess the first question that we can kind of skip to then, what's the current childcare situation been like? I mean, obviously now some people are headed back into school, but primarily what's that look like over the past year?
I can share to kind of kick things off. The last year when things shut down was probably the hardest. I was pregnant. The world shut down, and so I lost all of the support that I had in my life. My mom coming over, we wanted to keep her safe, so we isolated from her, and so it was just me and my husband working full time and watching my son. Since my mat leave ended, so in Canada we have up to 18 months, but I chose to go back in November. We have created a bubble together, and that has helped tremendously. And I know that's total privilege. And so we have a nanny who comes over and watches my 10-month-old. And when school's shut down, like that's been a huge help because he can help with my 6-year-old.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Baxter's been back in school since August now, and on and off. Like in school, then they had false alarms and kids getting sick and whatnot. And now he's back pretty regularly, and we feel very lucky because last year we just weren't fully ready and equipped. Like taking him for spring break in March and then him not going back to school and then pivoting to Zoom school, which is not our jam at all, was really challenging, and kind of everyone was losing their minds by June. We don't have childcare other than that, like most weekends or anything. We're just kind of hanging together as a family.
Right on. And as for us, like my fellow panelists have shared, last spring was real tough. I mean, a real strain on our marriage and family. And, we had our 2 boys at the time and my 7-month pregnant wife and us both working our full-time jobs. And we did everything we could. And, we picked up the hours that we needed to in the evenings. And then I too, like Sabrina mentioned, benefited from some really, really generous parental leave from my employer, and I've been really, really grateful for that from when our youngest son was born at the end of June. But since then, since September, October, or so returning to work, we have been really, really lucky, really, really privileged to have a wonderful nanny move in with us, a sophomore here at American University who wanted a very different year. And so she's been wonderful, taking care of about 2 of the 3 at a time. So we passed the baby back and forth over the course of the year. And then just recently, in the last couple of weeks, got our oldest into a new school pod, a preschool pod. And so the nanny's able to help with the younger 2, and he's able to have some version of normalcy. And so it's a new routine all over again, but we are very eager for the summer, for some camps, and eager for the fall and the brain space to do our jobs and also be decent parents. So that's what we're looking forward to.
That's good. That's good. Other thoughts? Anybody else? Cool. We can move on. We actually had one question come in just now. What wins did you celebrate over the past year when it comes to work, life, and kids balance?
Yeah, I'll go since I didn't respond to the last question.
Yeah.
So it was at the beginning of COVID when I got the idea to start this foundation. So it's actually kind of segues nicely from the previous panel, starting a business during the pandemic. So yeah, I got the idea to do this back then, and it's kind of nuts to start a business during the pandemic. But when everybody else was thinking, "Oh my God, the sky's falling," I'm like, I understand that within every crisis exists opportunities. So I'm like, all right, guy, like, where's the opportunity? So, I got inspired. I took action. We got a $50,000 seed grant from Brad Feld, one of the preeminent venture capitalists in the country, co-founder of Techstars, just an amazing, badass dude. He's a friend now, thankful to call him such. So yeah, we did that. We spun this thing up. We've given away so far $30,000 of grants to the Black parentpreneurs in our community. We've done things like paid for mental therapy. We paid for virtual assistants. We've paid for virtual tutors for their children who are struggling in this new virtual learning environment. And we are now in the Techstars Accelerate Equity program as part of the Techstars Foundation. And we're super excited about that. We're in the middle of a fundraiser now, and through their program, they're helping us with matching donations 5%. So I'm super pumped about all that. I think work-life balance is an illusion. It's something that doesn't exist. It's about work-life integration. Just you think about it that way, you drive yourself crazy. The work-life balance thing is just not a thing. That's what I got.
Interesting.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
I agree with you, James. I never use that term work-life balance. I used to strive to want to have work-life balance, but I figured out pretty quickly last year that it didn't exist, and it really never existed for me. When it comes to some wins for me personally, was just I found myself initially in the early days of the pandemic, just my business was crumbling. I'm in recruiting. Nobody was hiring. So really trying to mobilize and keep my core team afloat and paid and keep roofs over their heads was, priority number one, in addition to continuing to support my own family because I'm the breadwinner. So I just feel like that was a win because we were able to do that. And now we're positioned in a much better way and our business is growing. We've kind of 5x'd our team in the last few months. So I think that's huge. And it's a really good sign of an economic recovery and rebound, like even greater than we've ever experienced in the hot market that was recruiting before. So I think that's all good. On the kid side of things, like it honestly, as strange of a year that it was the best year I've had with my son because I was home. Before that, I was gone 75% of the time. I was always on the road. So it was really nice to have some forced stillness and time at home, even though it was so weird. And I feel very grateful to live where we live in central New Jersey and feel a little insulated and safe and all of that. But I mean, for us, like it was just it was a weird year, but it was a really good year to be home, honestly.
Yeah. Who else?
For us, I think we celebrated all the basics of survival. Like I've just been constantly grateful to have like a job that I was able to go remote. Similar to Dom, my husband has a business and he's just so grateful that he has been able to keep it afloat and just paying his employees. That's been huge. And then just the little wins of just being home with the kids and making sure that they're healthy and happy and mostly get the attention that they need when we can provide it. And so it's like really celebrating survival most of the time.
Yeah, that's good.
Unless somebody else want to jump in, I apologize. Joe, you're going to go?
Go for it.
No, please. After what you.
I think for us, it's been a continuation of these celebration of small wins and of each other's, right? So I'd like to think that this is the posture with which I'd go about my marriage all the time, but I've really tried to be super intentional with remembering what's happening in my partner's work life. And then at the end of the day, asking her about those things and demonstrating that I cared. Or lately, I've gotten in this little habit of just writing her a note, a handwritten note as opposed to a text message or something like that, just in the last couple of weeks, just little love language, whatever situation, because I think I'd appreciate something like that, and I know that she does. But for me, that translates kind of into all adult relationships in my life. So with the people that work for me on my team, to just be a little bit more intentional about remembering something going on in their life, asking them about it the next week, celebrating, a small or big success in their own lives, that sort of thing. And then lastly, it translating to my kids. So, when our 4.5-year-old is finally gripping a pencil the right way and being super excited about that with him, or tracing letters a little bit better. Again, I hope I would be that parent all the time, but just in this environment, that being something that we work that much harder at remembering and honoring and articulating.
Yeah, I think one thing that you said, Joey, that came up really strongly during this time was just a lack of intentionality. I think that it's easy when things seem easy or things seem normal or comfortable, that you just continue on in a path that you've created for yourself, whether or not it's good. And then now, coming from a world where I too was going into an office and I was driving about 2 hours away, I was used to how my life with my wife and my life with my kids looked. And then when I came home, didn't have a clear translation for how I could be a good dad and a good husband. And what do I do when I have to, run through a bunch of emails or whatever it might be, and my son wants to go play basketball because he loves that now, which I'm super excited about. It's just finding those balances and finding the ways that you can be intentional. I really like that.
Oh, cool. So I just wanted to jump back in on the idea of work-life balance. So inside of our community, which is growing like crazy, we have 1,300 members now. It's like 21x where it was just a few months ago. We have a couple of psychologists who are also parentpreneurs and members of the community. So we have 2 resident psychologists. One is Dr. Nikisha Hammond. She's a celebrity psychologist. She's amazing. She came in and we did a talk on balancing family and entrepreneurship. And she talked about, when we look at it that way, it actually contributes to bad mental health for us to not think about it as balance, because it creates these unrealistic expectations that can't ever be met, that puts you just in a negative frame of mind. So from a mental wellness standpoint, there's a psychologist in our community who thinks that you should think of it more of integration and not trying to have some perfect idea of what balance is, because you're setting yourself up for failure.
No, James, that resonates with me a lot, because before, when I was traveling, I had mom guilt. Anytime I was away from my son or my family, I felt like I was missing everything. But at the same time, I was the breadwinner who had to make money to pay the bills. So I always struggled with trying to do it all, because there is no doing it all well. You just got to do what you got to do in the way in which you do it and keep your stuff together. So I like that you said that, because that used to eat away at me a lot. And now I just kind of have given myself a little grace and know
it is what it is, right?
It is what it is. You can't.
Now, we do have a question from one of our panelists. If you guys are interested in answering. They're asking, with what you learned during the parenting during the pandemic, is there anything that you would have done differently? Have you picked up any new routines or habits, or anything that you're going to carry on to post-pandemic life?
All right, I'll go. And this actually, you teed it up beautifully for me, Dom, when you said grace, because that's exactly what it is for me. My main takeaway from this pandemic is that we need to have more grace for other people, naturally, but equally, and maybe even more importantly, grace for ourselves, right? Because, I'm virtual schooling my 8-year-old twins. I'm standing up here, my over them, I'm lording over them. Pay attention. We just realized my daughter has ADHD, so that made it increasingly harder the whole time. And I have to grace for her and myself. And then I'm operating with half a brain tied behind my back because I'm so stressed out and tense. And hey, I go back and look at these emails I'm sending, trying to raise money and do all the stuff for the foundation. And I'm like, wow, how did I get a yes from that terrible email? Bad emails are the new emails. Right? So, but when you go back and apologize, you're like, hey, listen, we understand, we're all doing the best we can. It's like, wow, more grace. That's my takeaway.
It's good.
I'll try to answer the question. I think it took me a while in the beginning of the pandemic to feel comfortable turning off from work. I felt like my life was a mess. And so when I could have the brain space to work, which was typically, I don't know, 8:30 to 12:30 at night those first few months, I better make it known to my people that I'm working and send out those emails. And I've totally changed my tune. I've totally changed my posture on that. And I think part of it was getting the 12 weeks of leave to kind of set my priorities straight. So understood that many of my panelists, fellow panelists, and certainly plenty of our audience members are doing world-shifting, world-changing work, and that's awesome. My posture is that my family just matters more. And so I've tried to model the behavior that I want to see in the people working with and working for me, where even if I happen to be working late, I don't need them to know about it. Scheduled send has become a best friend of mine. I don't need to prove that to anyone but myself. And I imagine there's plenty of employers joining us too. I've never been more grateful to my employer for giving me that flexibility to get the work done when I need to. And I'm someone who bills hours for a living. So I need to work a certain amount of time, but I sure as heck don't need to do that between 9 and 5 every day. And so early on in the pandemic, my employer was really forthcoming about that. And of course, there's client demands, and of course, things comes up. But to the extent that I need to do work outside of those hours, particularly when we had really limited childcare, I was super grateful for that. So I plan to kind of continue with that attitude going forward.
Yeah. I think there was almost an expectation that we had to pretend like our lives turned off when we were working. But real life continues to happen even when I'm on a Zoom call. So, I'm kind of moving forward. Obviously, professionalism is still a thing that I'm interested in. But, if my daughter comes in on a call, I'm not going to lose my mind and, that kind of thing. And I think, James, the thing you were saying, and Dom too, about grace, just understanding if you see that on the other end, being able to say, no, that's absolutely fine. Or if a dog hops in someone's lap or whatever it might be, just, yeah, this is real life. You're welcome. That's really good.
That's actually
Other thoughts?
one of the things that I loved about the early pandemic days when it was like initial lockdown and people coming from the office were working at home. Like I liked seeing their kids pop onto their screens. I'm like, oh, that's your kid. Oh, how cute. Okay, cool. Like we're human, because normally when you're in the office, you have this posture and you're one way at work and another way at home. And what my big realization has been since January is I'm just me, one way. This is how I am. I'm showing up in my integrity. I'm not Dom at work and then Dom at home. If you want that, go somewhere else. And so to me, like that's been something that was a huge realization and a huge learning just through my own spiritual journey that I'm on. And it feels right and it feels aligned. And once you are kind of living and working from alignment, everything else just, all the other crap just goes away. And it's really easy, when you have such a strong conviction of who you are and you can be that way with everybody.
I love that. I want to move on to another question, but just want to give anyone else the opportunity to speak on that really quickly. We good? Okay, cool. Well, just Dom, you're kind of talking about who you are now and coming into kind of being who you are in all atmospheres and all moments. So along those lines, what are some things that we've learned about ourselves as individuals, as parents, as all these different spheres? What are some of those key lessons just about us that we've learned throughout this time?
I think what Joey said resonated with me as well. Like your family's more important. I used to put my family second. If you looked at my value sheet that I did with my coach last June, in the middle of all of this, it was financial abundance, mental stimulation, and challenge. So I like to make money and work really hard and be stressed out. Those were my three most important things. I did my values again in January, and my values are peace and tranquility, time freedom, and creative freedom, and family. Like those are the things that keep me going. All the other crap is just, not as important now. So for me, it was coming full circle from being a crazy workaholic and expecting that behavior from my team. Like now I'm like a recovering workaholic and starting to just, really focus on what is really important. So I've had a huge year of personal growth and all of that just from, and I've learned a lot about myself.
Wow. Yeah. Who else?
All right, I'll go. So Dom, I love you. I loved you when we did the pre-call a couple weeks ago. You keep like teeing it up for me. You said that word, alignment. And that's the thing for me, because like I said, I've been operating with half my brain tied behind my back. But despite that, I built this incredibly thriving community with this super impactful mission, a great value proposition, raised $140,000 during this pandemic while virtual schooling my kids. And, it's because I'm in alignment. I am co-creating this whole experience with God. I used to like be into the super hustling and throwing the spaghetti against the wall and all that. Nah, no mas. Right? I wake up in the morning, I'm like, all right, God, just tell me what to do today. Just give me some inspiration. I'll just go do that. And the magic just keeps happening, man.
Don't you
It's
feel
beautiful.
things like it's effortless and easy? Because those are
Effortless ease. That's it. That's it. And I got to raise another $150,000 this year, and I need to raise another $350,000 before next year, so I can step into next year with our programs fully funded. And you know what? I'm 100% confident we're going to get it done. I'm not even worried about it at all.
That's good.
So, out of curiosity, based on what you're indicating right now, how are you passing those values to your kids? I know that our alignment may be completely different than what our children's alignment is. How has COVID affected their alignment? How are you trying to prepare them for something like how we're reflecting on it? How are we supposed to make that better for them?
It's a big question.
Something I've been focusing on with my children and mostly my son because he's a bit older is resilience. So he, like things get tough. He hates virtual school. Like Ontario closed back down and they're back into virtual school now. And a 6-year-old being online for 180 minutes a day is like really hard, like when it's not cartoons. And so it's about resilience and it's about balance and it's about flexibility. And I let him see that in my work too. Like I have boundaries, like, okay, some meetings you can come in and I'd like you to join me, but some meetings you to. And we have moments of the year, like I was presenting, and he came in and he tried not. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's around.
I'll take what that answer is. What's echoing here now? Am I echoing?
No, you're good.
I can hear myself. Look, I think when you talked about resilience, I think that's huge. So really great call by Angela Duckworth. And it's all about trying to figure out what differentiates successful people. And it's not just the talent, the most talented people win, it's the grittiest people win. If grit is persistence and resilience. So she asked the question, well, how do you raise gritty children? And one of the things that she said was really insightful. We look at this helicopter parenting and this bulldozer parenting. That's not it. Because she said when kids experience adversity or have to overcome adversity at a young age, it literally rewires their brains to make them grittier adults. So your question, Brenda, like, what am I doing? I'm already thinking, all right, so I have two. First of all, I'm divorced, so part-time dad of twins. So I'm playing zone defense, it's not man-to-man anymore. So it's really hard. But I'm already thinking of what kind of business thing can I create with them that they will run so they can experience when people tell you no. Customers cussing you out or whatever. They need to build up those resilience muscles so they can be better prepared to be more successful as adults. So that's my point.
For me, I feel a tremendous amount of responsibility as a rather privileged white guy married to a white woman raising 3 young white boys in our nation's capital, where there's been a tremendous amount of social unrest and activity over the last year. They're really young, my kids, right? So there's an extent to how much kind of gets lost in translation. But I don't want to look back 10 years from now and my kid, or sooner than that, and my kids to say, all this crap was happening in our country, and what the hell did you guys do about it? And so my wife and I had many direct conversations about that. And in the midst of quite a lot of protests in June, it was important for me to take my 2 older boys to kind of the outskirts and periphery of some protesting in our neighborhood on the Capitol, just even if they don't remember, so that I have photos and videos and a point of reference to share with them. And then more permanently than just kind of the one-off of that, we live in a really racially diverse community. We very intentionally live here. We've invested here. And we've experienced a tremendous amount of white flight over the course of COVID. A half dozen or more decent friends, good friends have moved to suburbs, for a mixture of quality of life, safety, finances, you name it. And while it's been difficult conversations, my wife and I are committed to staying here and committed to getting to know our neighbors and befriending our neighbors. And after our second vaccines in a couple of weeks, having our neighbors over in our house. And these types of, again, intentional behaviors that I think are important that we want to carry forward with our kids. The school pod that our kid is in, I believe, is the only white kid in the pod, and that's not just the circumstance of what it is, but we certainly had no qualms with that whatsoever. So we want them to recognize their privilege, recognize where they come from, but at the same time be really intentional about having a diversity of perspectives in their own life, even if those perspectives are 3 and 4 and 5-year-old. So we hope to kind of carry that forward in the future.
Yeah, I think the theme that I'm hearing is just a very clear demonstration of the values that we all hold dearest, right?
Yeah.
And I think especially now that we're all home in front of our kids, that demonstration becomes all the more important, because now it's not just, before you leave and maybe at dinner time that they get the chance to see you behaving in that way, right? So that's really, really good. Let's take a look at some other questions here. That's actually kind of off the last one. What's the biggest thing that you've learned about your kids specifically? James shaking his head.
I'll go just quickly. My son doesn't need much. He needs time. He needs my time and attention. He doesn't need one more toy. He doesn't need any more video games. He does not need one more. He just needs our love and attention and, intentional time being spent with him. So that was a big eye opener, because I was the parent that was always gone and would come home with all the crap that I'd get at the airport, like last minute, to bring toys back. And that made me feel like I was a good mom while I was gone all the time. So just realizing that we have everything we need right here with each other.
That's good.
I learned that if arguing with a sibling were an Olympic sport, my twins would be like 5 times the decathlete gold medalists. That's what I learned.
Nice. Other learnings about kids over this time?
I mean, having a baby through COVID, and it was my second baby, and I know lots of parents and most of you probably already know this, but your second baby can have a completely different personality. It's crazy. They're all your babies, but I only have the 2, and it's so funny. So just the fact that they're 2 different human beings, but also so close and love each other, it's a really fascinating journey to watch.
Yeah, gosh, that's huge. I don't know if this maybe this was just me, but I had my son Jackson first, and he's about 18 months older than my second, Theo. And when Theo came along, or when we found out that my wife was pregnant, I kind of had, just speaking of different personalities, I kind of had this fear, because I had grown to love Jackson's personality so much. And I thought, can I love another kid's personality as much as I would love? And of course I learned that I can, but I don't know. I had this intense fear that maybe I don't have enough in me to be able to love eventually 4 different personalities all the same, and kind of love them for unique qualities, that kind of a thing.
So with all due respect to those not in monogamous relationships, this is the beauty of having multiple children, right? Where you can love them all. I just have my one spouse, right? So I think that's one thing. In addition to that, I have a terrible short-term memory, and and I have learned that my children, hopefully this sticks, have inherited my wife's memory. And so I think many parents will agree, you better be darn careful what you say in front of your kids. They'll never let you forget it. And we just have so many examples of the kids remembering something that we both thought was so trivial, didn't think they heard us, you name it. And 6 months later, 9 months later, they just totally bring it back to haunt us or to laugh with us about. So I'm grateful that they're getting a little bit from me, but they're getting a lot more from her.
Joey, you're lucky that they weren't in school, because when Baxter went back to school, he had a lot to say about what was going on in this house from like March to August. Let's say it was a lot of wine drinking and that kind of thing, and so the whole neighborhood knew about it. All the teachers, all the
Cute.
That's awesome. My headset's being a little weird in my ears. Can everybody still hear me okay? Well, we're kind of nearing the end of our time here, and I just want our panelists to have a chance to kind of speak anything that's heavy on their minds or hearts. Any topics, any learnings, any questions or concerns that you have kind of coming in, felt a weight around that you want to discuss before we head off?
I think just echoing what Dom came, and I think Joey, I think whatever, give yourself acknowledge that the pandemic has been hard for everyone, parents, non-parents, those that are single, those that are trying to have families. Like, this is just a tough time. And I think we'll all get through it and we'll all be better for it. So just to remember that.
That's good.
I guess one question that I do have for the panelists, just before I let you guys go, is how are you taking care of you? What's been the most important thing for your own sanity, I guess you can say? And I guess an additional question after that is, would you offer that as a tip to a parent out there in the online world right now? What's the biggest advice that you can give?
Yeah, I can share a little. I've carved out a morning practice. Every morning I get up, I meditate, I do some writing. A couple times a week I do some exercise, but I did not do that for a lot of the pandemic. And then it slowly started creeping in, and now it's 100% what I need to do for my own sanity before I get plugged into my day as a mom and a business leader. So without that, my whole day is messed up. My attitude and my vibe sucks. So I've really committed to honoring my practice and honoring myself first. Like, all the things you would hear, you can't pour from an empty cup and all of that stuff. Like, it really is true, and especially important for parents. Like, you've got to really give yourself that little bit of time, however you can fit it in. That could be a game changer for you and in your experience as a parent.
For me, it was some physical movement every day, exercising, whether it's alone or sometimes my son joins. And also learning to communicate better. Just if I need space, if I need that oxygen mask, to share that with my husband and to like walk away from the kids. But sometimes like I'm about to snap, or I have snapped, to be totally honest, and recognize it and giving it my space and it.
All right, so for me, I realized I need to lose 19 of the COVID-19 pounds, because I've realized that skinny fat is not a good look on me. So I've been riding my bike a lot ever since spring break, and now that the kids are back in school in the morning, I work for a couple hours. That's an incredibly productive time. Hit the trail for an hour, come back, work some more. But I also, spend a fair amount of time on my patio. That's my sacred space. My favorite thing is on the patio. It's a music, a cigar, wine, my laptop working. Let's go. So those are the things that make me happy. So that's what I do.
And for me, in terms of self-care, probably like many of you joining us, I had a sizable commute. I had 40 plus minutes, 45 minutes or so. And so that's an hour and a half back in my day. Of course, I've got other constraints elsewhere, but to the extent that half of that or more can be consumed with something productive like exercise, my wife and I both have been really, really good about that. And the kids are now at an age where we can be on the indoor bike and they can crawl around or play around while we're there. So we're still half taking care of our childcare responsibilities while we're taking care of our own bodies. And then in terms of closing thoughts, I think kind of my main message will just be that right now I think it's okay to give ourselves like a bit of a pass. So it's inspiring for me to hear the confidence that James speaks about and that he's found his calling in this last year. And if that's your story, that's super cool too. But if it's not your story, then that's totally fine as well. And I think some of us might be in jobs we're not super crazy about or we're okay with. And I think that's all right. For me, it's about getting my two older boys in real school next year, getting consistent childcare for my youngest, and then I think I'll be a better contributor to the economy. Then I think I'll be better. I think I'm making it work, but I think I'll just be a little bit better about it. And call that an excuse if you want, but I think that's okay. And so to each their own. But I think it's important to celebrate the wins, but also to give ourselves a pass. At my company, which is really a culture forward kind of place, we talk a lot about bringing your whole self to work, creating the psychological safety where you feel like you can bring your whole self to work. That's great. That's something to aspire to. But if you don't feel like bringing your whole self to work, that's totally fine too. So I like to think of that as, bring whatever parts of yourself you want to work. And if that's your whole self today, great. If that's none of yourself, potentially great too. So I've just tried to carry that forward and be excited for people killing it and being commiserate with people who aren't. And so that's kind of where I'm at, and hopefully that's helpful to other folks.
Yeah, I like that. We are at time. I'm so grateful for all of the insights and answers and questions and conversation. And I think that's a great place to leave off, this year and years forward, right? Even outside of pandemic parenting is still going to be a journey of highs and lows, and you have to be able to learn and celebrate in both of those and kind of be in community with one another. And I think, if anything, one of the best things that I've found out of this last year is a willingness of other parents to just talk about real life. But I think we tried to hide some of the things that were hard previously, and now, in a time when everything has been, not everything, but many things have seemed very difficult, now we can sort of be upfront with that. So really grateful for that. And Brenda, I don't know if you have anything that you wanted to finish off with.
No, just thank you for all the transparency. You guys have been awesome and providing all these tips and tricks and experiences. So thank you for that.
Awesome. All right, everybody. Have a good week.
Amazing. Well, those parents are definitely rock stars. So thank you so much, everyone, for your transparency. See what I did there? Sorry, I had to throw in at least one dad joke, but I digress. So I'm hoping everybody's having a good time so far and enjoying themselves. Wherever you're at in the world, whether you're sitting on a comfortable chair or maybe you're doing a simultaneous working up of the sweat on the treadmill, or enjoying your beverage of choice, mine's coffee. But whatever you're doing, whatever you're at in the world, we're just super excited that you made the decision to join us today, and we hope that these conversations that are being had are just really helpful and something that you're enjoying at this time. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, again, feel free to use the question and answer section, or feel free just to join in the conversation. If you have a comment or you just want to be part of what's going on, please absolutely utilize the chat feature, and we're happy to hear from you. If you want to just give a shout out to wherever you're at too, by all means, feel free to do so. All right, so next, I'm super excited about this next session. So we're going to be talking a little bit about purpose-driven growth, going above and beyond to help your communities. And so we're excited to introduce a few leaders here coming to the stage to share their thoughts about a conversation that's really, really important. So at this time, I want to welcome to the stage David Apple, Head of Customer Success at Notion, Neha Varshnia, Platform Marketing at Thinkific, Gianna Flavetta, Manager of Growth Success at Klaviyo, and our moderator. I want to give a special shout out to Nico Grenier, who's been killing it behind the scenes all day, and now he has the opportunity to shine and thrive. So Nico, the stage is yours, and thanks everybody for joining.
Awesome, thank you, Ish, for the intro. Very happy to have all of you here. we're going to talk about a bit about communities and around different other SaaS providers, what everybody has been doing. But first of all, I want to ask you, how's everybody doing? Where are you in the world? And just introduce yourself. David, you want to start? Because I think you have to tell us what's on your shirt.
Yeah, for those of you who can't read, I'm wearing the 2014 throwback Typeform hoodie. So my name is David Apple. I head up the customer success team at Notion. And before Notion, I spent just about 5 years at Typeform. So very happy to be here today in this conference. And I'm currently in San Francisco at home.
Cool. Nia, where are you joining us from?
Hey, I am Neha. I'm joining all of you from Vancouver. I was about to say sunny Vancouver, but it's probably like the one day it's sunny here. I am the senior manager of platform marketing at Thinkific. Thinkific is honestly a platform that allows you to create, sell, and market your online courses. Thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Thank you, Nia, for joining us. Gianna, where are you in the world?
I am currently in Houston, Texas, which is actually a move that I did because of COVID. I am the manager of growth success at Klaviyo. I've been at Klaviyo about 3 years. Always focused on, looking at the entrepreneurial businesses when I was on the academy team, and now I'm on the growth success team. And what is Klaviyo? Klaviyo is a platform that enables, brands to, have personal relationships through messaging and data-driven choices.
That's really awesome. I like that we have people from all over. I'm actually in San Francisco as well, so not too far from David. I'm a developer advocate at Typeform, and so I look after all the developers that are doing stuff with Typeform, and this is the community I'm looking after. But I feel very connected to this topic because at the first event of Meaningful, I did a talk where I was like, thanks to the community, I was able to survive the pandemic, and through the stuff that I've seen and what people have built using our tools, that really helped me find a purpose on my job. But I was very curious to hear from you. What is the meaning of community in your company? What is how you define it for your own jobs and your own companies? Neha, do you want to tell us about the...
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I view community as any group of people who come together and who essentially give a shit about the same thing. That's how I define community. And I think that's how at Thinkific we define community. So for us, that's entrepreneurs. We have a saying, and I think this really proved true during the pandemic, of that entrepreneurs don't let other entrepreneurs fail. So for us, our community is entrepreneurs. We have a community about 50,000 entrepreneurs right now. So that's how we define it here at Thinkific. I personally am in charge of growing out our partner community, and we're fortunate to have Typeform part of that. So we have a subset of our larger community is our agency community, as well as our app developer community too. So that's how we define it at Thinkific.
That's a lot of different people. Gianna, you're also in the entrepreneur space, right, with Klaviyo?
Yeah, absolutely. So, at Klaviyo, a lot of our brands are primarily entrepreneurial, like you said, but they focus primarily in the e-commerce space, which has definitely been an interesting space in the last year. Things have changed drastically. We are a group of, over 100,000 brands that are on Klaviyo, that are all working together, hustling together, having the same ideas, where, the entrepreneurial spirit really bleeds throughout, which I definitely, when Neha said about, when one entrepreneur is successful, another one is successful too. So it's a community of people that are really looking together to, build their brands, own their destiny, through their, whatever it is, their passion project, their side hustle, their 9 to 5, whatever it is that they are doing.
And David, on your side?
Yeah, so I think Notion, I like both of those definitions. Like, people who give a shit about the same thing is like the right kind of macro definition. For us, basically, we think of it in different layers. So we have our community of millions of users, and then we've created like some layers on top of that. So we've created a sub kind of community of Notion champions within a customer's account. So often when a customer deploys Notion, there's someone at the beginning that's championing it. and that wants to help drive adoption. And so we've created a community for those people to be able to speak with each other. We also have a community of Notion pros. So these are our users that want to be affiliated with Notion and want to like have events and meetups about Notion. And so that's like another layer. And soon we're going to be launching our API, and we'll have like a community of developers. And so I think it's like the big scale is everybody who loves Notion, and then the sub ones are sub communities that are a little bit more around specific topics.
So from what I get from all of you, you have different categories inside your own community. Who takes care of this community inside the company? Is there like a community organization, or it's the partner organization that takes care of the partner community? Like how do you have this across the whole company?
Yeah, I can start sharing if you want. In our case, it's mainly driven by the marketing team, and specifically, we have a community team within marketing. It's only 2 people, believe it or not, and so yeah, so they manage all of that, and then everybody plays a part. So we have Slack groups with different communities, and like CSMs are in there, support team members are in there. So we all contribute, but the real drivers and owners is the marketing team.
Yeah, and oh, sorry, go ahead.
At Klaviyo, it's similar but different. Our marketing team also has a community team that's in charge of making everyone feel a part of the Klaviyo community, but we also have a partners community. And then the customer success team is really involved with engaging with people from a strategy perspective, and also a more tactical brand success perspective as well.
Yeah, and here at Thinkific, super similar to what both Gianna and David said. We have our platform marketing team, myself included, taking care of our partner community. So those are our agency partners, our app developer partners. But we also actually have a closed Facebook community, and we just hit 27,000 members on it today. So exciting milestone for us. But that is basically a community of anyone that is keen to get on Thinkific or just wanting to learn more about the online education space. So for that community, we actually have a community team manning that.
Yeah, I feel it's very much needed to have at least some people responsible to be in those groups. We just launched our community for Typeform on community.typeform.com. I use a Facebook group for StreamYard to discover how to use StreamYard for this conference. And so I feel like almost every single company now is trying to gather the conversation in a single place. How does it diffuse now that you have conversations that are happening there, now that customers are very engaging with you, with your brand, with your tool? They have a lot of opinions. How does it diffuse in the company? How do you make those ideas that happen on those forums come across? Does it change the roadmap? Do you talk about it in your all hands? Do you have some rituals around it?
Yeah, I can start. So for Thinkific's closed Facebook community, honestly, we love to harness the power of it. So like I said, there's 27,000 members, which means there's like at least 27,000 amazing ideas waiting to happen. So we really leverage that group. Like we put polls out there, surveys, we ask people what they want to see, and any of the feedback that we get back, we actually put it into our product board to kind of revisit later based on priorities. So if we're seeing that there's a huge influx of people demanding like live lessons, for example, and that's what we saw early on in the pandemic, we actually rolled out our Zoom integration because of that. So that's just one example of how we're leveraging our community to inform our product decisions. But for us, it's like a constant dialogue that we bring back to our meetings and discussions that are happening internally.
Yeah, I would say something very similar at Klaviyo, where when Klaviyo was founded, you get to have those one-to-one interactions that you have when you're a really, really small brand. But as we've grown, we really have continued this customer first mentality. So whether you're getting, tidbits in, the Klaviyo community, whether it's, through an event, whether it's on a live training or something like that, we always communicate that back to product. And we use product board to, foster those conversations. And I will say, especially during the pandemic when so much happened that no one could anticipate, what we did was, it enabled us to pivot, right? We had a touch point looking at what customers were feeling every single day. We had a different survey that came out just assessing like what are brands doing right now? Like what is e-commerce looking right now? Because it changed so much day to day, especially at the very beginning of the pandemic. And we're able to pivot our, while the product itself stayed the same, we were able to pivot how we resourced our customers, right? And not just leaving them out high and dry, but instead, churning out help center articles, creating live events, creating, special things like that have lasted. We have something called Live from Your Laptop, or we invite brands on to just share their story and then, give a short lesson about something fun afterward, whatever their product is that they sell. So it's just, again, like engaging people about that common thread that they all have in common. And with Klaviyo, that's the entrepreneurial spirit that all of our brands have.
Yeah, and again, like not too dissimilar. At Notion, we're very everybody says this, but Notion's true. We're very customer centric, so we really want to hear what our customers and our community say. Our community tend to be our super users, so they're the most picky and therefore often have like the most valuable feedback. So we really value their feedback. And we give them beta access to some of our features. So anybody who wants to see the new things coming out at Notion, join that. So they get to test it. They give us feedback, and also, maybe it's something we'll talk about later. But they also give us feedback on our brand and how we've responded or not responded to certain. Last year was a little bit of a tough year for all of us in the U.S. And so that's also something that they give us feedback on. So it's not exclusively about product, but rather just about us as a company.
I think that's a really good point. People keep you accountable for both what you deliver in the product and how you act as a brand. We've seen this, and I'm sure you've seen this on all your forums as well. When the pandemic started, people saying that they couldn't pay anymore for the product, or now they had other ideas, and it was not the company for those things that was sponsoring the accounts. I was wondering how Jana, you touched a bit on this, on how you reacted and how you changed, adapted. What are the other initiatives that you have made for your company to embrace the community and support the community when they need it the most?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to like creating resources, which is something that was, a big push at the very beginning of like, let's write a guide on how to make sure that we get our brick and mortar businesses onto an e-commerce platform and be, good to go. We also in the last year launched an academy site and also our Klaviyo community. Just seeing that those are two areas that our brands can learn and grow and also interact with each other specifically on the community, right? It's not just us. We don't want it just to be us as thought leaders telling them, how best to use the product, but also learning from each other. Because, as we know, entrepreneurs are so creative and they're so innovative. And so being able to inspire one another and not just, hear from us what we think is best.
I think can you hear me?
Yes, I think you're frozen on camera.
It looks like I now am able to speak with my mouth closed.
If you turn off and turn in, or you're a magician, that's a magic show.
Yeah, I keep my eyes and mouth closed on those Zoom calls and just continue speaking. I'm a ventriloquist.
That's the dream.
I'll turn my video on and off and see if that works. Nope. Oh, this is awesome.
It's definitely a live meeting.
I look so zen. I mean, at least I wasn't picking my nose or something. Yeah, I think one of the things that we did at Notion, to answer your question, and I'll try turning my camera off again after, is we, with regards to COVID, any company or nonprofit that was helping share information about COVID and was using Notion as a means to either organize themselves or to share information publicly, we gave them free access to Notion. Also, like we launched our students program during the pandemic, and also a startup program to make it Notion more affordable for startups. So those are some of the things that we've done. And then I think one of the things we learned, and it's obvious, but like nothing we're going to do is going to make everybody happy. And we have a few examples of that, but where I felt like our response to like the Black Lives Matter and everything was very thoughtful, but some members of our community called out that there were certain things that we could have done differently or could have done better, and we did react to that. So yeah, some examples.
Yeah, for us, it was like both of them. We pushed out a lot of content. We like discounted our product. We gave free access, especially to schools and universities during this time that were looking to go online on such a short like turnaround time. So we did all that. But something that I'm actually really proud that we launched here at Thinkific was our $1 million entrepreneur growth fund. So what this program actually entailed was we funded mentors to actually help other folks in our community get up started on Thinkific. So get up and running, develop their courses, get their landing pages up, get their ads all up and running too. So it was just another example of how we were able to give back to the community that's given us so much back in return too. So we funded about 300 mentors, and those mentors in turn were able to help 2,000 entrepreneurs in our community get their online courses up and running. So that's something that we did. And it's nice to see the domino effect that that's had, because even though that program now is over, like we were able to see people continuing that dialogue in our Facebook community and offering help to one another, like free of charge during these times. So it's really nice to see people show up when it genuinely matters most.
That's amazing. Roll up your sleeves and be like, I know this tool. I will just teach it and pass the knowledge to someone else.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's like what
Tell me.
I would say that's what being a community is all about, right? At the end of the day, whether it's one platform or another, like the whole goal is that you have these like-minded individuals in a space, and you want them to feel that membership. That we are a part of that, but also the platform has your back, right? That the platform isn't going to be anything and everything for you, but at the same time, like we're here to partner with you along your journey, no matter what it is. Like we're here to help you be successful, and we're successful when you're successful, and when you're struggling, yeah, I mean, it's our mentality at least that like if you're struggling, that's on us. It's our job, our responsibility to step up and make sure that you're doing well.
Absolutely.
So having a community is not just putting a form and expecting people to help each other for free. And I'm like, I don't need to help, and they will help each other. Is that how it works?
Nico, like actually something that probably like only 10 people know about is that we had a community at Typeform, like in the very, very early days when we launched our help center. We also launched a community forum, but we were like totally understaffed. We didn't have enough capacity to moderate it. And it was just basically a place where people came and complained about our bugs and about Typeform. So basically, like people who wanted to like, oh, I want to join Typeform's community. Like I joined this forum, and it's like everybody dislikes Typeform. That was not it. So we basically shut it down. But yeah, so no, I think the answer to your question is if you just leave it unmanaged, it may not turn into kind of what you would hope. Even for a product like
also,
people love.
Yeah, I think part of it too is like not just having like being a platform, but being a part of the community as well. So it's not just interacting with the community as the platform, but being a part of what you do, right? And so something that we do at Klaviyo when anybody starts, no matter what department they're in, they have to build an e-commerce store. And they have to integrate it with Klaviyo, and it's led to a few people to have side hustles. But what we're doing at the very beginning, when you're first starting off, is building that empathy, because it's really hard to build an e-commerce store. It's hard to think of an idea. It's hard to think of branding. It's hard to think of emails to send and how to like segment your audience. Like that's all really challenging materials. So if you aren't feeling that yourself from the platform side, your customers are going to feel that lack of authenticity when they're interacting with you. So I think that's a starting place is you have to be a part and integrated with your community rather than just being apart from it.
Yeah, that's super similar to what we do at Thinkific. Every new hire has to build an online course. And we say it's super easy to get up and running. You can get up and running in 2 hours. And to be frank, like when I first joined, I kind of like rolled my eyes a bit. I'm like, how am I really supposed to like launch a course in 2 hours? And then when I was made to do it, I was like, oh crap, like I actually have so much existing content on my Instagram, YouTube already that I can just like pull into these templates. And I did have a course up and running in 2 hours. So it's also buy-in for like team members to know that, you know, what they're preaching is actually true. And that way, if anyone is having troubles in the Facebook community or wherever they're kind of posting up these questions, you're actually able to go in from a place of, you know what, I've been there, I've struggled, or I've come across the same thing. This is how I combated it. This is how I approached it. So, you know, maybe this will help you. So I think it's really important to like have that user first mentality as well.
Yeah, it's a good reminder. I'll tell you, after using Typeform, when someone asks me a question, I'm like, sure, it's here, paf, paf, you do this, you do that. But having the fresh eyes of someone that's just starting and giving you all this feedback of like, no, it's not that easy. And I understand you're going through some struggles, reminding you that you've been through some struggles as well. And it's not because you use the tool every day that it's as simple for everybody else.
Yeah. And that's just, you know, being human, right? Having people understand that they're not engaging, you know, whether it's, you know, I'm thinking specifically of support. When you're interacting with someone's support, usually they're not coming to support being like, I'm just so happy about everything you're doing. Top 10, like 10 out of 10 would recommend. But instead, you know, customers are coming with this problem, and having our, you know, support representatives or whomever's touching a customer at that point, you know, being able to start off with that empathy, leading with being human. So that the context, the information, you know, the issue will be sorted out, but acknowledging that it's an individual there on the other side of the screen is just what it's all about.
I think this is all we wanted to hear this whole year. I was like, yeah, we're all humans and we try to be nicer, all those things. And you're struggling on the other side. I'm struggling here. There was a global struggling. One thing I wanted to talk about as well is like the things that you found out about from your community. And I'm specifically thinking about Notion here. And David, you tell me if I'm thinking wrong, but I feel like the community is self-organized at the beginning. You have a really active Reddit, and now people are selling templates. People are building so many things on top of Notion, and almost like you have to play catch up because maybe that was not the time. So I was curious, if you have any advice on this, and how it was to discover this.
Yeah, I think Notion is very special or unique in that perspective, in that before we had a go-to-market team even, and it was just engineering and design, we already had people actively like building a community around Notion that we didn't, maybe weren't even aware of, but certainly didn't control. And I think it's when we hired our head of marketing, whose name is Camille. She came in and was like on Twitter and saying, this is a massive opportunity. Everybody's saying like Notion changed my life, you know, et cetera. And basically figured out how to leverage that. And our community manager, his name is Ben, he's based out of Tel Aviv, was actually one guy that was just championing Notion. He created a website that actually was #1 in Product Hunt when he launched it. And it was just aggregating a bunch of Notion templates that he had gotten from different people that he knew. So she saw him, thought he was a great fit, brought him on board. And then he started, you know, with Camille, interviewing people, speaking with them, understanding how we can help them amplify their voice. And it was basically about supporting them rather than incentivizing them, if that makes sense. So it was, you know, sharing content with them, sharing our brand assets with them, sponsoring some of their events, stuff like that.
Making them look legit.
Helping them look even more legit. They were already legit in their own right. And what was crazy is, Camille talks about this, but in her second month at Notion, she was approached by some people in South Korea that wanted to write a book that was like a guide to Notion and how to use Notion and all the use cases in Korean. So it made it a little bit easier for us than for a lot of other companies to kind of leverage our community. But I think our marketing team's done a really amazing job at like pouring fuel onto that fire.
Have you seen similar stuff with your own tools? Those champions that self-organize.
Yeah, so at Thinkific, we actually saw a whole bunch of Facebook groups crop up post conferences. So we actually have 2 flagship conferences every year, Amplify and Think in Color. And we noticed that after these conferences, someone would take, the initiative to start these groups. There'd be like thousands of members, and maybe for like the first week post-conference, it would be like full of life. People are posting photos, tagging each other. And then a week after, these groups die, right? So that's where our team started thinking, how do we really hone in on these conversations, and how do we ensure that they don't just die and that they just like live on throughout the year? So that's kind of where we came up with our own community. We started realizing the potential that it has, and that we can play a part in ensuring, we're posting meaningful content for these folks to engage with. We're posting opportunities for them to take part in other things that we're organizing. So that's kind of where we stepped in.
Yeah, same here, where our Facebook community was something that was just so vibrant, really active, a lot of people really excited about Klaviyo. And, we created the community forum so that they'd have a place to go now that has, a jobs board, because sometimes, businesses get big enough that they need to hire some people and want to, have a place where, they have like a back and forth with somebody that's been vetted a little bit. But in addition to that, I think thinking of like Clubhouse, for instance, which is, the new thing that's popping off. At the end of last year, somebody from Klaviyo was like, yeah, I'll take a risk on this Clubhouse thing. And, eventually started seeing other people popping up talking about Klaviyo and Clubhouse, just because that's, where brands go. They go where other brands are. And Clubhouse being one of those places now. And so it's just really exciting, I think, to see when other people take what it is that your platform and just run with it. And I'm really excited about it. And, being there to just help facilitate the conversation is just, it's an incredible feeling as well.
Clubhouse. We all tried Clubhouse. Are we still on it? I heard the number of users has been decreasing, but I'm sure the conversations were amazing.
They definitely are.
No, we talked about a lot of positive stuff, a lot of things that went really well. But I was curious to hear if there are some things that probably didn't work very well, or some things that went a bit sideways compared to what you had planned. And David, you gave a good example for Typeform when we first launched our community a couple of years ago, or when we tried to have this on a forum, and then we launched a Slack, and then we realized the Slack was hard because people will come at every hour of the day expecting to have an answer right away from the Typeform team and not specifically from the community. So we also had a lot of expectations around this, and we had to shut it down. But I'm curious if some other stuff, like to the purpose of sharing knowledge with others and people that want to go in the same direction with communities, if you would like to share some stories around that.
Yeah, so at Thinkific, our community grew rapidly during the pandemic just because people were looking to pivot their businesses online. So we saw a huge influx of just even members in our Facebook group. So when you suddenly go from 10,000 to 27,000 almost overnight, it's just like, whoa, a lot of people aren't really well accustomed to what the values are of that group, as well as kind of the rules that we have in place. So suddenly we wake up one morning, we log into the Facebook group, and it's like hundreds and hundreds of posts of just shameless self-promotion, right? Which kind of defeats the purpose. It's like, man, we built this took us years to get to this point, and now it's just become one of those spammy groups you see on Facebook all the time. So there was a lot of cleaning we had to do, but a lot of also education and constant education that we're still doing every single day because we're adding new people every single day. So for us, what that looked like is coming together and forming a new community values sheet that we kind of pin up rules and rules to abide by, what kind of the penalties are as well. Because at the end of the day, we do want it to be a safe, inviting, and inclusive space for all of our members, and not one where they feel like, oh, I'm not really getting any real value out of this. So for us, we did have to step in. We did have to play bad cop for a little bit. But, after a couple of weeks, it got back on track. But just, I think for anyone that's building a community, it's something to be aware of. It's never going to be smooth sailing 100% of the time. So, it's okay to intervene sometimes and say, hey, you know what, this actually isn't allowed. And, we are going to have to kick you out if you're not going to, change your behavior. So.
This is not how we play here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go a little bit more in depth about what I was referring to earlier about the Black Lives Matter situation. So like when everything was happening, Notion wanted to do something about it and not be silent, which I thought was great. I was proud of that. And the decision Notion made was to, what's it called? Like fund matching any donation that any Notion employee wants to give. And so like, again, I felt great about that. I thought that was a great gesture. But one of our more vocal members of our community said, yeah, but Notion is mostly white or Asian. And how do you know what the right place to donate is? And totally valid point, something that like I obviously wouldn't have thought of, not obviously, but I hadn't thought of. And obviously like our leadership hadn't thought of either. And so that actually created a big debate because this person was very vocal and was calling, like this person kind of almost turned against us as a result of this. And because they weren't getting the audience that they thought they deserved, they didn't get to speak with our CEO about it and stuff like that. And so that was something that was very difficult to handle emotionally for our CEO and for like the people managing the community. So I think like this is not the topic of this conversation, but it's always a very delicate balance of, how political you want or allow your company to be. And I wouldn't say I have the solution. And so that was like one of the very difficult moments for us in our community.
Yeah, jumping in and something very similar happened. I think, again, David touched on something that tech in general, I think, is predominantly white and predominantly male. So when the Black Lives Matter stuff started last summer, we, again, similar situation. Our leadership thought it was important that we say something because it was important to say something, but didn't consult with any of the, Black or brown voices at Klaviyo internally. And it made, the leadership take a pause, right? I'm one of the members of the Black KRG at Klaviyo, and we said like, all right, we should have like a sit down where we just like chat about this. And we had the leadership and all the Black Klaviyos in the room and just had a really candid conversation about, the problems that we've been seeing, how we could better support our communities, and, moving on from there. And we were able to partner with this organization called Yardstick, who helped us with our DEI inclusivity efforts, which has been great to partner with them over the last year. But more than that, we were able to, start this Jumpstart program last summer where we helped out some of the smaller brands that were Black owned, that were just getting started. They were just getting their feet under them and making sure that they were set up for success. And more than that, I know that's something that's always on the front of mind. Now we have somebody that's now in charge of diversity and inclusion at Klaviyo. But again, like it's just being authentic. And I think that, when brands try to move into a political sphere, it's really easy to try to say the right thing rather than saying the human thing. Right. And part of saying the human thing is getting the input, getting the buy-in, getting the voices from the representative communities to make sure that, the what of what it is, backed up by the how. Like, it's great to say that Black Lives Matter, but like, this is actually how we're going to partner and make sure that we're leaving a legacy in the future as well. It's definitely a challenging realm to get into, absolutely, regardless of what the issue is. But, it is important, I think, that, because tech has so much, it's lucrative, and it also has a lot of, traditionally underrepresented groups that aren't a part of it, making sure to be at the forefront to leaving a legacy of, this is what we're doing in the future. This is how we're going to change the tides, that things are no longer going to be the way that they are currently.
And then what I'm hearing is like you also have your own internal community of employees that could speak out, build a program to help the outside community specifically.
Yeah, and when you have millions of users, inevitably you have people on both sides. And so I've seen like some tweets that I'm proud of that Notion wrote, and also in San Francisco we're in a bit of a bubble, to be fair. Yeah. And then other people responding saying, Notion, I used to like you until you became political. And so you're never going to make everybody happy. and your silence also won't make people happy. Anyways, I know we're going off topic, so I'll just stop.
No, but this is the place to have this type of conversation as well, and I'm glad we're having those. To finish up, we have a couple of minutes left. I really want to learn from you all the personal relationship you have with this community, and if there's something that really blew your mind. My personal relationship with Typeform, and as I said on a previous talk, is like last year I discovered crazy people doing crazy stuff with it. People that an example I have in mind is like they were selling fruit at the market. The markets were closed because of COVID. They were not technology heavy. Their son on the other side of the world created a Typeform, and overnight they had people booking fruits and delivering, and that changed the whole business. And so, like personally, I was like, "Wow, this is great! People doing awesome stuff with our stuff, with our tools." So I'm very curious of what is your personal relationship with this community, and if there's an idea that really blew your mind recently.
I can start if you want. I don't know.
Yeah.
So actually, the one that comes to mind. So all the nonprofits using Notion are what's really impressive to me or inspiring to me. And there's a woman named Andy on our team who runs that and who periodically shares what nonprofits are doing. The one that I'm closest to is actually an ex-Typeformer who's now at Buffer. His name is Diego. When COVID started, there's a lot of misinformation going around, and he's Colombian, and he really wanted to share accurate news. I don't know, like the truth about like what was going on and where to find resources and where for Colombians in Colombia, and he used Notion for that, and we supported him with that, and I thought that was very cool.
Yeah, I think I find a different brand every day that kind of blows my mind. It's, one of the benefits of being in, seeing the e-commerce brands that are popping up. I think one of the things that is the most surprising to me is it just takes passion and grit to get you over that, to really get started. And a lot of these brands, they don't have a sophisticated like content calendar and like all these, fancy things, all this like incredible tech stack. No, what they are, if you distill it down at their core, is just passion. And one brand in particular that I love them to death. They, are a small jewelry brand out of Ireland, and it's family run, and they've been around for years. They're a physical location. They're also online. And I met with one of the women that's in charge of the brand at one of our conferences that we had when in the before times, called Clavio Boston. And she said that, oh yeah, like when you get married into this family, you just get a job. You quit whatever you're doing before, and then you start being a part of the jewelry brand. And that's just like, again, like thinking of just that passion that, someone had to have at the very beginning, that has just permeated throughout, that has created this true family business that's thriving. And it's just, again, like our brands just continually inspire me day in and day out.
Yeah, for me, it's seeing how so many entrepreneurs got so resourceful during this time and creative in terms of, and I guess that's what you almost have to do, because it's a flight or fight type of situation and you need to do whatever you can to survive. So a brand that stands out to me is actually another Canadian company. So Beauty Inc. Canada. So she's a mom of 2 boys. She basically held in-person sessions educating other people of how to do like microblading and lash extensions. And that was the business she was in. It was very, very hands-on in-person workshops. So of course, when the pandemic hit, she wasn't able to do any of those in-person workshops that she survived on for all these years. So rather than kind of give up her hopes and being like, you know what, like I need to shut down my business, she discovered that, you know what, I have all this content I've already produced, because she was sending the people she was educating little tips and tricks just like from her phone and just texting those little tips and tricks to her. So she realized she already has all of this video footage. Why not just load it up and then just charge a nominal fee for it versus like how much she would in person, and kind of see what she can make that way. And about 6 months into like launching her online courses, pivoting her business, she made more in 6 months doing that than she had in the past year alone doing in-person sessions. So now it was almost that forcing function that she needed to pivot and realize that, you know what, I have more hours. Back in the day, she was like enjoying cottage life when I last spoke to her. She's like, I have more time to spend with my 2 sons that I didn't have before because I was working from like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Whereas now it was a lot of upfront work getting those videos set up. But now it's like, that's what I can rely on for my steady stream of income. So that was super, super refreshing to see how, despite everything going on in the world right now, no matter like how challenging things get, that these entrepreneurs out there, they're not willing to give up. And that's what personally inspires me every single day.
That's really awesome. I don't know anything about this business. I'm not a real customer, but I'm sure that's helpful to a lot of people. And stories like this and everything that's around now, the what is called tagged the passion economy, where we all get to build something for our own small community, for our small passion, and build a business around it. This is very empowering. Thank you very much for joining. As a reminder, you're all partners of Typeform, so we do all stuff normally on our product, but I was very glad we get to talk about something else than just like, we have an integration and you should use us. So thank you for being honest, for being here and sharing your true self. Looking forward for more. Looking forward for all you do with all your different communities. Anything's coming up? Any events, conference, big things we should know about?
We're launching our API soon. That's the and therefore the developer community. So any developers, it's coming.
Yeah,
I will also say.
For us, we're launching our app store the first week of May, so stay tuned. You might recognize some logos in there.
For us, we also are launching a developer community coming soon, but something that we just launched a little bit ago is our product certification. So if you want to see more of this face and in this bedroom, you should check out the product certification and get Klaviyo certified.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for welcoming us in your own houses. I love all your plants and all your different stuff everywhere. Keep rocking, and thanks again. Have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, Nico.
Thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being a part of our community, and I feel like we are, now a little bit closer to everyone's community. So really great information. Thanks so much, everyone, for joining and sharing. Wow, can you believe that we are down to our final event for the day? Wow, it's been an incredible series of events and conversations that have been had, and well, you're in for a real treat because we have as our closing keynote speaker a phenomenal psychologist and motivational speaker and spoken word poet, someone that really just creates a safe space for a generation of voices to speak up, stand up, and rise up together. And she is all about the power of your story. We're super excited to have come to the stage Dr. Julia Garcia. Dr. Garcia is going to be sharing some incredible words. So the stage is yours. We are excited to hear the meaningful conversations that are going to happen here. All right.
What's up, everybody? Hello, how are you doing? I am so excited to be here today with you today. Wherever you are tuning in from, buenos dias. I don't know what time of day it is, but I'm just so grateful that you are taking time in your day to be here. Such an honor. Thank you to everybody at Typeform for putting this together. Meaningful conversations. seriously, is there not a more critical time to create these spaces in person and online for meaningful conversations? So thank you so much for just doing all you do to make this happen. For everyone tuning in, what's up? My name is Dr. Julia Garcia-Newrath, but y'all can just call me Jay. And I'm really grateful to be here. And I love to kick things off by just sharing a little bit of poetry because it helps me warm up, helps me get comfortable in my own skin, and just be true to myself. So we are statistic breakers, dream makers, risk takers, and never fakers. We make the impossible possible, the improbable probable, the intolerable tolerable, and we believe every person with a dream is completely unstoppable because we are true, doing what the world said we couldn't do. And you can do the same thing too. You just got to stay true, the real you. So I know I can't see you all, but I'm just believing that you are feeling ready to go. You are feeling expectant as we close out this incredible conference here together. And we celebrate each other and everyone's stories. And I want to start, if that's cool with you, by sharing a little story of my own. And, you know, it takes me all the way back. I'm going to go all the way back to like kindergarten with me. Like, just go with me for a second. I want you to think about when you were really young. What is something you wanted to do when you grew up? Not that we ever really grow up. Let's be real here. But think about what you would have said if someone said, what do you want to be when you grow up? And if you could go as far back as possible. For me, I'm going to take you all the way back to my kindergarten graduation because that's the last I can remember, the earliest I can remember. And the teacher went around to every single student and said, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I was in the class with one of my cousins and he was standing next to me and he really likes snakes and stuff like that. So he goes, I want to be a veterinarian. And to me, that made sense. He loves animals, reptiles, you name it. And then when they came to me, they said, Julia, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I thought about it. And I said, I want to work in a hospital. And the teacher was like, okay, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to be a doctor? I thought about it. I said, no. I said, okay, do you want to be a nurse? Thought about it. Yeah, no. And so they were like, well, what do you want to do? And if we were in person, I would ask you what you think I said. But because we're across the globe right now, I'm just going to tell you some of the things people usually say. They say sometimes that I would wanted to be a secretary, a surgeon. I've gotten all sorts of things. People say patient sometimes. I mean, I've gotten all of it. And what I said is I looked at the teacher and I said, I want to own the place. And it may not sound that impressive. I'm impressed with my kindergarten self, but it was incredible to look back and think. I used to think that anything were possible. I used to think I could do anything. And that's before life started getting real. And I know some of you really know what I'm talking about. It's like our stories, they start off in a place of like childlike wonder where we think anything is possible, but then things start to get rough, things start to get tough, the waters start to get mucky, we don't have vision for who we want to be, maybe we don't even see ourselves represented in the lives that we maybe want to dream up. So we start to let our dreams go away, we start to let our dreams die. And that's what I did. I started to get caught up in a lot of stuff. I started to get into what I would call a mess of my life. I started to go through hardship, personal things, things I could control, things I couldn't. That same person who was in kindergarten with me, my cousin, ended up passing away from an overdose on drugs when we were just teenagers. And he was like a brother to me. And that's really when the mess started to happen, when I started to choose a mess in my story, because I didn't care about whether I was live or not. I didn't. I'll be real with you. If that's okay, I'm going to get real quick because we only have a short time together and I just want to create that space where you know that like I'm just being real with you. And you know, I think one of the things I hear so often, and there's quotes, there's like Pinterest quotes, it's like the mess of your message, right? I don't know if you've heard that, but it's like it encourages the mess in our message. And I just want to challenge that perspective a little bit because I used to think it was cute, the mess that I had, and I could share that in my story. Oh, the mess. I could tell you so many messes I've been in. I almost got kicked out of my undergraduate school. I dropped out of graduate school 3 times. I was suicidal at one point in my life. I was forced to go to counseling. I almost lost a scholarship that I was on. I was very careless with my life whether it came to drugs or alcohol or engaging in unhealthy relationships. I mean, I was a mess, and I could spend days telling you stories about my mess. But I want to encourage you wherever you're at that it's not about our mess, but about the meaning we make from it. So that's one of my first points is we all have probably messages or messes, but it's the meaning we derive from it. Maybe we can connect because we both had similar messes, but what's really, I think, inspiring is when I hear the meaning people make out of their messes. When there's chaos all around us, how do you stay grounded and rooting? How do you find meaning and purpose in pain? And these are just some of the things I want to talk about today. And if you're taking notes, because I love to take notes, I love to just process things, and we're even going to talk about that. It's my first point is to face what you feel so you can find more ways to deal. And I'm going to say that again, face what you feel so that we can find more ways to deal. Because when we talk about our feelings, I'm just going to be just so transparent. I have had thousands of people cry in front of me. In my profession, over the past decade, I have traveled to hundreds of cities. I have worked with over 500,000 people in just all over this country. And I see people, and when we were back in person, but even online, people cry in front of me. And when someone cries in front of me, when they feel emotion in front of someone, they always say the same 2 words. They say 2 words every single time, no matter if I'm in Minnesota, if I'm in Arizona, if I'm in New York, if I'm in Texas, North Carolina, California, no matter how old someone is, their background, they always say the same 2 words. They say, I'm sorry. They say, I'm sorry. Rachel, you got it. We apologize for being real with how we feel. Let me say that again. We apologize for being real with how we feel. Now I want to think about, I'm like, why would we do that? But I did it. I used to have so many walls where even when I was forced to see a counselor, in order to, one, keep my scholarship, or when I was younger, I was forced to see a counselor, I had this game I would play where they're not going to see me cry. Not going to happen. I'll go because I have to go, but no one's going to see me cry. I literally felt like if someone saw me cry, or a crack of weakness showed, or vulnerability, then man, they would think I was weak. So I used to go around with this wall, this mask. Now we have literal masks, but I had like this facade where I had like a double life, where I was outside, all outgoing, everything was great. I was this big go-getter. Everyone thought everything was great, but on the inside, I literally was struggling so much to the point where I felt like I didn't belong, that there was nowhere I belonged, that nobody could understand me, that the depths of the pain I was experiencing made me really want to isolate. And I think about just all of the year that we've been through together as a community, and I'll cry right now because I get so emotional thinking about just the challenges that people are up against, the isolation that people have faced, the seclusion that we've had, the families we've that have been locked up together while we're trying to build careers, we're trying to make a difference in the world, and there's so much just externally against us. But what really I fear most for people is up here, the thoughts in our mind, and in the things that we tell ourselves, the stories we tell ourselves, and how that shapes how we experience life, or maybe if we don't experience it fully. And you know, one of the things when I was younger is I used to have fists. And I don't know where you're at right now, but I'm going to invite you to do this activity with me. And it may look weird. I don't know if you're in your bathroom. I don't know if you're in your bedroom. I don't know if you're in the office desk right now, but wherever you're at, what time of day it is, just look weird with me for a second. Let's get out of our mind for a second. I want you to hold up fists. And if you have had maybe a difficult year, I want you to squeeze your fist tighter. Don't let go, okay? If you've had a difficult couple months, I want you to squeeze me even tighter. If you've had a difficult day, go ahead, squeeze me even tighter. I have nails, so it's not fair when I do this activity because I'm like piercing my skin here. So if you don't have nails, you're just lucky. But I'm squeezing it really tight because this year's been rough. I've been trying to teach my son in his bedroom school. He hasn't been to school in a year. I'm trying to work. I'm trying to build things. You know, it's been a rough year, right? But if you've had maybe a challenging life, I want you to squeeze even harder, and don't let go. Don't let go. Keep squeezing it. Now, if I were to want to give you something, it'd be really difficult to receive with clenched fists. If I wanted to give you even money, maybe you can like clasp it right? But it's really hard to do anything with it then. It's really hard to receive when we're holding on to something. So if you're still holding it up, because you're still with me, I want you to release one hand. Man, there's some marks on my hand. I don't know if you could see, but there's some marks on my hand. These are marks from some of the mess that I've had in my life. And maybe they'll fade, maybe they won't. Maybe they'll turn into scars if they're really, really deep, if it cuts really deep. And hold the other fist up, because I want you to think about how you go about your life, whether it's in your day-to-day or it's how you approach just your life in general. Are you holding on to something that's maybe keeping you from receiving more in life, receiving whatever that is? Keep holding it up. If you're one of those people like me where you're stubborn, you got walls, keep holding it up. Maybe right now you're sitting back like this. That's what the fist represents, us holding back, us not being fully open in this world to receive. That doesn't mean you don't protect yourself and have boundaries, but when you're holding on to something that physically hurts, because it's effort to hold back. It takes effort to hold who you are back. So, okay, if you're still with me, congratulations for making it this far. I just would, if you want to ever do a challenge, try and do this all day long. If you feel like you're stuck in your head, do this all day, because that's really what we do. We operate by holding back a lot of the time and holding on to things that don't serve us anymore. So I'm going to release my hands. Feel free to release yours. Thank you for doing that. But I want to invite you to think about, when it comes to the mind and our thoughts, we can feel more than one thing at once. So I want to encourage you. I was feeling pain doing that, but I'm also feeling empowered. Maybe you're feeling pain in your story right now, the things that you're struggling with, the career moves you're trying to make, the family life, the relationships, the friendships. Maybe it's depression. Maybe it's anxiety about what's going on in the world. You can feel pain and you can be empowered at the same time. You can feel tired, exhausted, weary, and you can also be determined. You can fall and you can rise. You can have more than one feeling, because our minds have thousands of thoughts every day. And which ones we give attention to, those are the ones that are going to get us out of bed in the morning. So we get to choose. We get to choose. You can be overwhelmed and still on mission. That's an important one. If you're taking notes, you can be overwhelmed and still be on mission. You can be frustrated and still be resilient. You can be hurt and still have hope. Please always have hope. So I want you to think about your feelings as not this isolated thing, that there's so much dynamic to who you are. And sometimes we allow our thoughts, I know I did for a long time, to destroy me, to pull me back, to keep me holding back, holding on to things. But what we can do is let it drive us, let it be the fuel that ignites inside of us, that makes us want to be better, that makes us want to make a difference. And as I go back to just this thought of sharing our stories, I want to share with you another story, because sometimes people say we should be fearless. People say we should be fearless. I'm going to call their bluff on that. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm afraid all the time. I'm afraid of everything. Everything. I'm afraid of talking into this virtual world right now, not knowing what y'all are thinking and are doing. There's fear. There's so much fear, especially in the unknown, especially when you think about what other people think of you. Because I would like to say, oh, I don't care what people think. But it's part of my DNA. I do. I care. I want to help. I want to be there. But when we say we're fearless, again, I want to switch that thought process a little bit. And I want to tell you a story real quick. And I was 19 years old, and I had made a decision to not pursue a dream career at the time. I was offered an opportunity. I was in Midtown, New York City, for those of you who know New York. So Midtown, I was across the street from the Empire State Building. I was doing this paid internship for this publishing company. I was like, I'm living the dream. I'm 19 years old. They offered me a job, and I turned it down. That's just the point. This is the sidebar, but like, your no's are just as important as your yeses. Your no's are just as important as your yeses, just so you know. And So I said no, and I thought I was crazy, but I just knew I needed to do it. I wanted to do something different with my life. I wanted to work for meaning, and that's all I knew. I had no idea how I was going to do it, what I was going to do, but I just said, I want to work for meaning. I'm going to create my whole life around it. So I would do whatever I had to do. I would waitress, I would bartend, I would work multiple jobs. I drove a pretty beat up car for several years after my undergrad. And I was like, I just want to build something. I want to work for meaning, and I don't know how to do it. So I'm just going to go all in, and I'm going to focus on the kind of person I'm becoming. So I started doing counseling. I started doing life coaching. I started reading. I found my faith. I started really pouring into myself so I could be the kind of person who could live a life that made a difference in the world, or at least I could try. So here I am, 19 years old, making this big old decision with my life. And I had my dad's handy cam. So this is before cameras were on the phones. So I had this like handy cam. It was like this VHS where like the tape, you had to like press the button and it popped out. Yeah, that's how old we're talking, like VHS tapes. And one of my business partners, who's still my business partner to this day, you can look him up at Motivation. And we decided to go onto a school campus, a high school campus. We're like, they probably have a stage. Let's go video. And so we snuck onto the campus. We told the custodian we were allowed to be there. We were not. And we go on. He's trying to find lights in the back. I'm trying to set up like some pretend look on the stage. And he holds my dad's old video camera. And I just go in. I just start freestyling. And then we sneak off the campus. I go to iMovie. For those of you who know, remember iMovie. I go to iMovie. I hope you're still with me. I go to iMovie and I edit this video, few minutes long. It helped me. I'm telling you, I couldn't make this up if I tried. I made my first $100,000 that year with that little video that I snuck to make, because let me tell you, I was afraid, but I was relentless. We can be fearless and relentless. I had no idea how it was going to make a difference. I had no idea what was going to happen when I created this video, but I needed to be relentless. I needed to keep pushing forward. I needed to find a way there where there was no way. I needed to make my own way, because some of you right now, you are the only person. You are the only person who looks like you. You're the only person who has the same experience as you. Maybe you're the only person in your family, the first in your family, and to be only can be lonely. The only can be lonely, but you're not alone in that. So don't believe the hype to be fearless. Just be relentless. And in order to do that, you have to know and recognize your worth. And the only way to do that is to ask yourself this question. If you are taking notes, ask yourself this question. What is your self-worth worth to you? What is your self-worth worth to you? A long time, I didn't have a sense of self-worth. That's why I got caught up in things that could have destroyed my life. I have no idea how I'm still alive today. I never thought I'd make it alive to see my 20s. I'm not going to tell you what age group I'm in now, but I did make it beyond my 20s. But I never thought I would get there because I didn't have a sense of self-worth. But you have to ask yourself, what is your self-worth worth to you? And I started to think, I didn't think of myself as like this incredible person. I just started to think, maybe I can make a difference. Maybe my life does have meaning. And it's the maybe that kept me moving. It was the maybe that kept me moving. Maybe you can start your own business. Maybe you are meant to make a difference. Maybe your story is worth investing in. And I want to encourage you. A lot of people here, I believe every single person has a story, has a voice, but I encourage you. There is this video of my very first speaking event. I was 19 years old, again, really young, and I'm in front of over 500 people. They were kids, they were youth, they were high schoolers. And if you've ever spoken to youth before, you got to show up real, because they will recognize real quick if you're being fake. So that was my intro into this world. And I remember I looked back at the footage a few weeks later, and I saw that I was angry. I could sense it in my own spirit. When I rewatched the footage, that I was angry. I could feel it. I encourage you, this is my third point, process the process before you get on a platform. Process the process before you get on the platform. I was still living a dual life when I was just starting, when I was getting invited to go in front of people and share part of my story. I was still not processing things. So I was living a double life. And I encourage you, there are so many resources out there today to not walk your journey alone, but find ways to process and invest in who you are, because we invest in what we value. And if you value your voice and your story, which I hope every single one of you do, maybe you can start valuing your story today. Just even start with a maybe. If you're feeling down, start with that maybe. But if you value your voice and your story, then invest in things like your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health, your emotional well-being. Invest in you. It is the greatest investment, because you will be better for your children. You will be better for your partner. You will be better for your business and organization. You will be better for your friends and your family, and you will be better for this world and this planet if you process the process. Because this journey of making meaning out of our stories and out of our mess, making meaning, finding meaning, repurposing pain, following our passion, it's a journey, and it's a lifelong journey. I know I'm just one chapter deep in mine, and I'm telling you, I want to give up all the time, especially with what is going on in the racial division and hate, the racism in this world, the events that are ongoing. I'm going to go there for a second, because that makes me think that I have the option to opt out of conversations. It makes me think, oh, I can't do this. It's too hard. It's too much. It's too painful. But what we get to do, especially with a privilege like I have, I'm educated, I'm biracial, I am a woman, I have a voice, I have platforms, I have privileges that I get to extend onto others. So that means I don't get to opt out of the conversation because it's convenient. So all of us have privileges, whether we're able-bodied, we can jump up and down. Some people can't. Whatever our privilege is, we must extend it, and we must not say we have to pause and exit a conversation, but let's first listen. And I'm going to give you real quick, this is a total side thing, but because of what's going on in the world, I just feel like we should be equipped with as much as we can to have these conversations in space about what's going on in the world and what has been going on. But there's these things called the 5 A's, which I just lock in real quick. But the first one is to actively listen. And the last one is to advocate for people. But we can't advocate. There's a bunch of steps in beforehand before we start advocating. We have to actively listen to lived experiences different from ours. We have to affirm people in what they're saying, not assume different and say, no, but my story this. Let's not insert ourselves into other people's stories. So we affirm, we acknowledge people in what they're saying. I hear you saying. Even if you have a different experience, you can still acknowledge, I hear you saying. So we actively listen, we affirm, we acknowledge, and then we can ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions, because then if we don't, we assume, right? And then we can start to advocate. But sometimes in our society with social media, we go straight to advocating, but we forgot to actively listen. And so once we go through all of these things, then we can really be agents and allies and advocates who can help make a difference and continue to use our privilege, extend our privilege beyond our own reach, so that other people can have those same lived experience as far as opportunity and equity goes. I hope that makes sense. I hope that you can take that to your workplace, the 5 A's. I know I said it really fast because we're running low on time, but I just want to remind you that your story and your voice matter, but you have to find value in it and process that process. And don't be fearless, be relentless. Don't be fearless, be relentless. And I saw in one of the comments and the questions, and before I got up here, and someone said something about imposter syndrome. And I want to speak on that for a second, because I never knew why I always felt like I was never enough. And I still struggle with that. I never knew why I felt like no matter how educated I became, people were always going to just sum me up, label me, stereotype me, and steal my story because of what I look like, where it came from, maybe a mistake I made, maybe something I said wrong, or something I did that I wasn't proud of. Maybe people would uncover things about me that made them look at me different. So it didn't matter how smart I became or how successful, whatever that meant, because ultimately people were always still going to judge me. And I felt this, what we call imposter syndrome. But if I can leave you with this, the first 2 letters of imposter is I'm. I am. Did I say that right? It's I am. if we keep making ourselves the focal point of our stories, we're going to miss the opportunity to shift culture by sharing who we are. And our stories are not for us. Because when we process our process, when we face how we feel and find more ways to deal, I can now share from a place where, yeah, I have pain in my story, and you'll feel it when I'm speaking to you, because I'm always speaking from a real space, and that pain never really goes away. I just kind of transform it and morph it and repurpose it and channel it. And it's my passion, it's my fire. But we get afraid of those things because sometimes I think it's me going up there to give you some words, but it's not. I make myself really small, and it's about the space I create. And so if I can encourage you in that imposter syndrome, it's a shift in our perspective. It's not about us. It's not about me. I remember when I first started going to counseling when I was in my early 20s, and I was going to publish my book, and I was freaking out. So it was the time in my adult life I chose to go to counseling. So I was freaking out. I was like going to light Barnes and Noble on fire the night before it was released. Like I was freaking out because it was a memoir. And I just remember I was struggling so bad. And the counselor just kept looking at me and saying, "What's the purpose of the book? What's the purpose of you sharing your story?" And I'd be so angry because I'm like, dang it, you're right. It's not about me. What's the purpose of us sharing our stories if it's just about us? If we shift our perspective and we take time to process and to heal, when we get ready to share, it'll be to create a space for others to know that they're not alone, to feel seen, to feel heard, to make change, to shift culture, to ignite something in this world that generations before us have never been able to do because of the resources we have at our fingertips. So I really want to encourage us to, when it comes to imposter syndrome, just say, nope, not going to make it about me. It's a shift in perspective, and we can feel inferior, but we can also know that we're on mission, that this is our purpose, and to be driven by our passion. And I like to say we are all leaders. Every single one of us are leaders, but we lead by the way we live. And we have to ask ourselves, what kind of leaders do we want to be? Leaders that take care of ourselves, leaders that show up for others, leaders that are honest and true and vulnerable and passionate and real. You can be shy, but you can also show up fully too. Remember, you don't have to just boil everything down to one part of your identity. There are so many layers to who we are, but you got to let them out. You got to let them go. We can't walk around holding on and holding back in a way that keeps us from really contributing to this world. So I want to thank you all so much for being with me here today. This was just an incredible conference. I'm so grateful to be a part of it. I have some ways you can stay connected or share your story that I'm going to drop in the chat with Rachel. Rachel, if you want to share them, feel free to. There's things you can find me on Spotify. You can take what I call a dose and you can share part of your story. It will help you process. And it's conversations. If you go to one of the websites called Give a Dose, it's conversations about race and inequity in a way that helps you process and enhance your perspective. So use it. It's a free tool. You can share it with your friends, your workplace. And also, if you find me on Help Online, it's the organization I run, and we are bringing hope to anyone who is feeling hopeless. We are looking to equip volunteers. If you know someone who's ever struggling with their mental health, would you know how to help them? And that's the question we ask. Would you know how to help if someone were struggling? And if you'd like to learn how to help, just join us in our mission. And you can go to needhelp.online to be able to do that. But thank you so much, Rachel, for just believing in this work, in these spaces, and wherever you're at in this planet, just know you are not alone and your voice and your story matters. So keep investing in yourself. Thank you all so much.
Wow. Powerful, powerful stuff. What a way to wrap up the day. Wow. I was sitting here taking notes and I had to flip the page a few times just to all the insight that Dr. J shared. So thank you so much for gracing the stage and being a part of this event. We are really super honored to have had you. And for everyone else also that shared the stage today, we are just super excited to see the continued work and the continued things that everyone's going to be motivated to run with. And I wanted to take an opportunity to also bring to the stage the mastermind behind it all. So Rachel, if you want to join me here, I wanted to just give a special shout out on a personal level for all the work and all of the behind the scenes things that you were able to do for this particular event, and just really happy to have shared the stage with you. And yeah, I'm excited to have you close things off here with me.
I just so appreciate, I mean, first of all, we did this together, and it is, you know, it can feel like this is maybe a one-directional conversation, because essentially when you're in the studio, all of our speakers can really only see who's on stage or some of the people in the backstage. So we don't know who we're talking to, but so much of what we've talked about over the last few days have felt really important to have aloud, even if we don't know the people who are listening, and even if we don't know the response that they're having. And I think that's actually some of the good fear that comes up, right? Are we doing this right? Are we saying the right things? Are we making sense? Are we doing right by our business? And it's kind of like, fuck that. Like, it's been a year, and so much of what, I mean, you know, I started talking about the last 24 hours today, right? Like, we had a historic verdict, and it doesn't mean justice, it means accountability. And I think that word is just so powerful. Like, let's take accountability for the things that we're talking about, for the decisions that we're making. Like, we can't just keep consuming and be on this mission to just keep producing and doing and speaking. And I think, like, our brain can only handle so much. And I hope that whatever you take from the last 48 hours and the conversations we've been having is meaningful to you. It doesn't have to be all of it. It doesn't have to be any of it. Maybe it was just like, it gave you some things to think about. But I love what Dr. J ended on with, you know, your message matters. That's what we started talking about. Why did Meaningful Conversations, this whole event started with a conversation. Typeform doesn't have an events team. We all have different full-time jobs. This was our, you know, nights and weekends job. And really how it started was just this thought that we all have a story, and we all, whether we share it, whether we don't, it lives inside of us, and it creates this fire within. And, you know, I mean, whew, like, my notes too from Dr. J, but that what's your self-worth worth to you? I didn't know that I had self-worth until I was 30 years old. I hated myself most of my 30s. And that wasn't because anyone was telling me I wasn't worth it. It was, I have incredible parents, and I had an incredible support community that was telling me I was great, but I didn't believe it. And it took just a whole lot of shit and a pretty big rock bottom to kind of come to realize that, you know what, like, I am worth living. And it also, I think that vulnerability came with the realization that, like, we should be talking about this more. It's shitty that these things happen all too often, that people are made to feel like they're not good enough, like they're not worth it, like they need to regulate. Like, if anything, so much of these conversations that we've been having about created by women for women, you know, Nikki talking about, we as a society are made to feel that we have to buy things because we are, you know, intrinsically not enough. Or the mental health panel about, how did we all get to this point in our life where we literally hit crisis and we didn't know that we could ask for help? Or even finding your voice and realizing, like, oh, I can have a voice and I can have an opinion and I can share my story. And so I really want to thank all of you for being here and for listening and for allowing us to make the time to talk about things that have nothing to do with Typeform. Yes, Typeform is all about meaningful conversations at scale, and we, in our ethos, believe in this. But I so appreciate that you took a gamble on us and that you came to a conference run by a SaaS company that was just about conversation and just about exploring difficult topics together. And I really just want to thank you, because as I said before, time is a resource. We make the time to listen, we make the time to show up, and we make the time, I hope we make the time to really take part in these 5 A's, that we actively listen, that we affirm people in what they're saying, that we acknowledge, that we hear them, that we ask questions, that we advocate. I think showing up, showing, not just telling, it's so important. And I hope that we can all continue this conversation, right? It's an event is great. And it feels, I know I certainly feel like, okay, I'm gonna go nuts now. Like a little bit of the stress is over. But in terms of how do we continue this meaning? How do we continue driving these conversations forward? We don't know. I mean, sure, like everything's recorded. We're gonna furiously edit these conversations and we're gonna put them on our website, and we want you to continue looking for them. Thank you, Nico. That's the website. But help us co-create, and not because you have to, not because I'm telling you to. If you want to, if it feels like, yes, some conversation that I had today, it changed something in me. It made me think about things differently. It made me want to speak up. It made me mad. It made me frustrated. It made me sad. I cried on camera yesterday. So like, it's all good. Whatever you're feeling, it's real. It's okay to not be okay. But I hope that you can bring that forward and share it with us and help us figure out what do we want to do with this? Because it's so much more than just this event, and it's so much more than our business and the community that we created here and the community that we thrive to create. I hope that you'll be part of it and help us co-create. So I don't know what else to say. The Hopin is open. If you want to have conversations with attendees, go. I'm going to go do it. I'm going to meet someone random because I haven't had a chance. Ish, thank you so much for being such a great moderator, the West Coast host.
My pleasure. The pleasure's all mine. Thanks so much for just being a part of this, and yeah, I'm really excited. I think this is a great jump off point. It's a starting point. This is where the conversation started, and let's continue those conversations.
Yeah. And before we go, I want to thank the team behind this, because what you are not seeing is all the people that spent their after hours, their nights and weekends, everything to make this happen. So Nico, do you want to come up on stage and just give away? I know you moderated the last panel. He doesn't want to. He's like, I'm out. Nico has made this stream possible. So thank you, Nico. Thank you for then also moderating a panel. Thank you to Sharon, whose beautiful words grace all of the beautiful things that you have seen. Thank you to Tomi for doing all of the amazing social work. Well, she's a social worker. She also does social media. I feel like she's a social worker. Anyway, she has been furiously live tweeting, Instagramming, telling the story of Meaningful across all of our social channels. Thank you to Debbie, who, if you caught this morning on the Finding Your Voice panel, she did all of the amazing art direction. So every design that you're seeing is her beautiful vision for this. Thank you, Mai, for just making the design of this happen. You also spoke yesterday, and you are like a therapist to me. So thank you for being there for me so many times when I doubted myself. Thank you to Leslito for helping our website be created. Thank you to Tim for doing all of our emails. Thank you to Joanna, Dan, Naveed for championing video ads. Thank you to Crystal, to Brenda, to Alex, to everyone from the customer support team. And over the last few days, we've had so many Typeformers just in the chat, keeping things real, answering questions. So I want to thank Ghana, Yoran, Natalia, Lynn, Nasia, Crystal, Caitlin, Amy, Danny, so many. And I'm so sorry if I missed you. I'm doing this from memory, but it is such an honor. Oh, and James, if you follow the community, Typeform has a community, you can follow that too. He made it all happen on our community page. So this has been such an honor, a privilege, a wonderful experiment, and thank you. Thank you for being here.